with kids' gloves. But we have the power and authority to do more than that. So please, the minister will have to come and explain to us why he's not be able to show up for today. In his absence, we cannot have the answer. But we all know that the question is so important. And it's not something we can do without. And so I can only plead to the Honorable Member of Parliament for us to, in consultation with the Business Committee, reschedule the question soonest. And if what the Minister for Roads and Highways has stated is true, then the Minister for Foreign Affairs will be in the jurisdiction by today or latest tomorrow. Because you said that he should have been in the jurisdiction, but for some inexplicable reasons, he is not here. So it means that either he was on his way or he's just arrived, but he's not be able to move to the house. And so we can reschedule it immediately for him to come to respond to. But let me listen to the member who actually filed the question. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We definitely will comply with your directive, except to say that these questions were filed as far back as March, and it's been rescheduled a couple of times. Mr. Speaker, we all know the very important portfolio that the minister occupies. It's sad to say that to date, we don't have deputies assisting him and some other very important ministries. It's very important. If he had had a deputy minister, the deputy minister could have stepped in to respond to the questions, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, there are issues in Washington that we thought by now he should have been in Parliament to respond to. So we'll comply and respect your directive, Mr. Speaker, and ask that the leaders reschedule him as soon as possible to answer the question. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, please, the question will be rescheduled for the minister to come and respond to personally. So Business Committee kindly reschedule the question. Yes, Minister for Roads and Highways.
Mr. Speaker, just...
First Deputy Speaker, you may proceed now.
Just to clarify, my colleague, the Foreign Minister, is still out of the jurisdiction, so we will work with him to confirm his actual time of arrival to guide the rescheduling of the questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. I see the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. The First Deputy Speaker will now take the chair.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Justice is here. So if we can take his three questions numbered 32, 48, and then 120, Mr. Speaker. 32, 48, and then 120.
Honorable Minister. Honourable members, the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Justice is here to respond to questions as indicated by the majority leader. So let's move to question number 32 at page 3 of the order paper. Standing in the name of Dr. Abdul Kabiru Tia Mahama, Member of Parliament for Wale Wale.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have the authority from the Honourable Member for Wale Wale, and I want to seek your leave to ask the question on his behalf. Thank you.
Are you sure you have the authority?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
When was the authority given you?
The authority was given to me today.
Today?
Yes, please.
So it means Honourable Member was in the House. Please proceed to ask the question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the status of the prosecution of the armed robbery incident that occurred in Wale Wale on the 12th February 2024, and when the families of the deceased will get justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Right Honourable Speaker, the question relates to the case of the Republic versus Zakaria Yamusa, aka Van Dam, and others. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Attorney General in Tamale received the docket on the 25th day of March 2024, and the legal advice from the office was dispatched on the 10th of April 2024. Mr. Speaker, to give the background to the case, on the 12th of December 2024, at about 7 p.m., armed men attacked the victim, Rabiu Bilal, a mobile money vendor in Wale Wale with a gun and a cutlass, and robbed him of an unspecified amount of money. At the scene, the robbers fired indiscriminately, injuring 9 persons. The injured victims were identified as Alas and Sumaila, age 27, Mujahida Mohammed, age 6 years, Memunatu Isa, 58 years, Yakubu Idrisu, age 37 years, Richmond Afawa Dum, age 29 years, Azando Hana, age 24 years, Salamatu Inusa, age 20 years, and Abdul Mumin, age 25 years. They were all rushed to the Tamale Teaching Hospital and the Bolgatanga Regional Hospital for treatment. The victims, Rabiu Bilal and Sumaila Al-Hassan, died at the Tamale Teaching Hospital whilst on admission. On 17 February 2024, police investigations led to the arrest of the first and second accused persons while they were escaping to Kumasi on a bus. Upon police interrogations, both persons admitted to robbing Rabiu Bilal, the mobile money vendor, and mentioned third, fourth, and fifth accused persons as their accomplices. However, the third, fourth, and fifth accused persons, when questioned, denied any involvement in the robbery. The autopsy report of the deceased mobile money vendor revealed the cause of death as hemorrhagic shock secondary to polytrauma, whilst the cause of death of the other deceased person, Sumaila Alasan, was stated as septic shock secondary to facial peritonitis from penetrating abdominal injury and multiple bowel injuries. After a careful study of the docket, the first and third accused persons were charged with conspiracy to commit robbery and robbery, contrary to sections 23(1) and 149 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960, Act 29. In the case of the second, fourth, and fifth accused persons, no cogent evidence was established to prove their involvement in the robbery. Consequently, no charges were proffered against them. The first and second accused persons are in police custody. The accused persons appeared before the district court in Nalirgu for committal proceedings. The first accused person, however, pleaded the defense of alibi, and the magistrate directed the police to conduct further investigations. Upon a careful consideration of the alibi investigation report filed by the police on March 22, 2024, the Tamale Office of the Attorney General's Department concluded that the defense of alibi raised by the first accused had no merit. This is because the first accused in his investigation caution statement voluntarily admitted to his involvement in the robbery. Hence, his defense of alibi was considered an afterthought. The primary cause of the delay in the prosecution of the case at the Tamale High Court was due to the plea of alibi raised by the first accused and then its related investigations. The matter was scheduled for case management conference on 27 February 2024 before the Tamale Commercial Court. It was previously before the High Court 1, Tamale. However, the case was reassigned to the Tamale Commercial Court 1 when the judge in the High Court was elevated to the Court of Appeal. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the current status of the case, the matter was to be prosecuted in Nalirgu. However, owing to the absence of the resident High Court judge for Nalirgu, the Nalirgu High Court at the time, the prosecution could not commence trial for the whole of 2024. In view of the gravity of the offense, a decision was taken to prosecute the case, the accused persons in Tamale. A charge sheet was filed in Tamale, and the case was assigned to Commercial Court, presided over by Mr. Justice Emmanuel Planche Brew. Unfortunately, the case management conference did not come off on the 27th of February 2025 due to the unavailability of the witnesses to sign their witness statements. Disclosures were filed by the prosecution on the 26th of March 2025, and the case management conference was conducted on 8th May 2025. The prosecution closed its case on the 26th of May 2025 after calling 3 witnesses. Counsel for the accused persons indicated his intention to make a submission of no case to answer. Hence, the judge ordered counsel to file his submissions on June 2nd, 2025, for the prosecution to respond a week after being served with the submissions. The prosecution is yet to be served with counsel's submissions. The matter has been adjourned to 16th June 2025. Mr. Speaker, that is the answer to the question number 32.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable, you have a supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, I have no supplementary questions.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. I thought this is a constituency-specific issue, but I will give you the floor. But make sure you operate within the rules.
That is so, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grounded under Order 89. Mr. Speaker, the update from the Minister, if you check the date of receipt of the docket at the AG's office, and then the legal advice dispatched as in 25th March 2024 and 10th April 2024, and the fact that he gave, I'm tempted to believe there's a disconnect, because according to him, the incident happened on the 12th of December 2024. And here we are talking about AG receiving the docket in March 2024 and legal advice 2024. So I want the minister to first clarify the date as in these two.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member is right. There's a bit of a mix-up with the dates. I believe that in terms of the incident, it should be December 2023, so that in terms of the docket being received, it will have been March. So I can verify and make sure that that is corrected for the Ansah.
Honorable Minister, from the question, he said the incident that occurred in Wale Wale on 12 February 2024. I think the date is in the question. So that was where the mix-up occurred. From the question, number 32, the indication was that the incidents occurred in Wale Wale on 12 February 2024. So I think that should be the right date. Thank you very much. Yes? Honourable Member, you don't have my leave to ask the second supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, I come under Order 89.
So read the order.
Yes. Rule 3. He said any other member may be allowed to ask not more than 2 supplementary questions.
What is the meaning of may be allowed?
May you hear his interpretation, Mr. Speaker? It's a matter of right. May hear this. Once you allow me to ask 1, I'm entitled to 2 from the standing order. Yes.
That is not the meaning to be ascribed to this order.
Mr. Speaker, if I may be guided.
Who is supposed to allow you? Is it not the Speaker?
The Speaker allowed me.
So if they say Speaker may allow you, is it an obligation on the Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to ask a second supplementary question?
Honourable members, let's take note. It's at the discretion of the Speaker. This is what the order clearly is saying. So, please, you have the floor.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, from the 4th paragraph, where he indicated that the 2nd, 4th, and 5th accused persons, no cogent evidence were established to prove their involvement in the robbery. Consequently, no charges were preferred against them. I'm wondering why we still have the Republic prosecuting 1st to 5th accused when those 3 people had no cogent evidence against them in the matter. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister. The question is, no evidence to prosecute some people. Why are others being prosecuted?
Mr. Speaker, whenever, as the prosecution, we come to the conclusion that there is no cogent evidence to prosecute anybody, we drop the charges. That is precisely the point that I am making. That once we have not found cogent evidence in the course of the investigation, we drop the charges. So that's the point that I am making.
No. Honourable Member, then it follows that for the others that are being prosecuted, there are cogent evidence against them. That is why they are being prosecuted. Yes, Honourable Kwame Anyumedo Entry, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the supporting staff are making the Attorney General's work difficult. The background that the minister gives, we have the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth accused persons. Once they are accused persons, it means that they have been accused. And, Mr. Speaker, the first and second accused persons, we are told that they admitted to the police having committed the offense. But we have the minister on record saying that the first and third accused persons are prosecuted. We didn't hear what had happened to the second accused person. Why are their names still part of the accused persons? I do not get it. And following from the last person that asked the supplementary question, if you have them as accused persons, then they have been accused. So I do not understand. There isn't. I don't get the coherence here, Honorable Attorney General. So if you accused them all, did you listen to what the confession statement from the police and use that, or you are not using that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Kwame Imedu is a very senior legal practitioner in this republic. When a docket is prepared, usually all persons named as suspects are listed. And in fact, sometimes the police will prepare preliminary charges that will be, brought to the AG's department. It is when we have evaluated the document and the docket and come to the conclusion that the person should not be charged, that person will be dropped, from the charge sheet. Now, during the committal proceedings, all of them were named as accused persons. But subsequently, upon further interrogation of the docket and investigation, we decided to drop the persons who were not in respect of whom we could not find cogent evidence. That is the state of affairs now. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, can we move to question number 48, standing in the name of Honourable John Dako, Member of Parliament for Swami.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rise to ask the Minister for Justice and Attorney General the effort being made, the Minister for Justice and Attorney General to provide the memorandum which formed the basis for the decision to withdraw the charges against Dr. John Pandit Esiama.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, after consideration of the request by the member, it is a view of the Attorney General's office that the information requested cannot be provided as the information requested falls under the exempt information under the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989. Mr. Speaker, Act 989 in its long title indicates that it was passed to provide for the implementation of the constitutional right to information held by a public institution subject to statutory exemptions. Accordingly, it is significant whether the request is made pursuant to Act 989 or not. The Act provides several instances in which requests may be refused if the information requested is exempt. In terms of Section 13(1) of Act 989, It states as follows. Information is exempt from disclosure where the disclosure of the information will reveal A, an opinion or an advice given, or a recommendation, consultation, or deliberation made to a public institution and is likely to undermine the deliberative process the deliberative process in that public institution. Mr. Speaker, the information as requested by the honorable member seeks to access a memo from the prosecutions division to the former AG on a case prosecuted by the prosecutions division. The correspondence referred to constitutes the legal opinion on the case given by the prosecutions division to the former Attorney General. The request would most likely, as is normally done, be for the review and approval of the former Attorney General. That being the case, it amounts to an opinion as stated under Section 13(1) of the Right to Information Act and is thus exempt from disclosure to the honorable member. Additionally, several subsections of Section 7 of Act 989 would also apply in this instance to exempt the information requested, as the information would contain confidential sources of information relating to law enforcement and public safety that would affect and impede the prosecution of the cases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. Any supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Minister, from your answer, you have referred to the former Attorney General of Ghana. The said former Attorney General has come out to deny the existence of the said memo. So I suggest that you provide the memo to dispel that particular claim, to say that you don't have
Honourable member,
disclose.
Honourable member, I think your question was very clear. To ask the Attorney General and Minister for Justice to provide the memorandum which formed the basis for the decision to withdraw the charges against Dr. John Paddy, Siama. And the Attorney General in the Ansah is telling you that it's a classified information. So once it is a classified information, it cannot be provided no matter the circumstances. So what is your question?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Now, to say that it's a classified information is to suggest that it exists. He referred to the former minister who says that no such memoranda exists. No, so he says it doesn't exist. So how do you say it exists?
Honourable John Dako.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Once it is a classified information, does it matter whether it exists or does not exist?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it doesn't exist, it cannot be classified. So it must exist.
Regarding the production.
No.
Regarding the production.
So that's what I'm saying, that the former minister has come out to say that in his time, no such memorandum
That is where I have the problem with you.
What is the problem,
because
Mr. Speaker?
of the former minister that you are bringing in. The question is directed at this minister to produce a document. And he is telling you that the document you are asking him to produce is a classified information.
So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, it means that that document exists. Yeah, but the former minister has come out clearly, severally, to deny the existence of that memorandum. So if it doesn't exist, how do you classify it?
Can you produce evidence of the former minister denying?
Mr. Speaker, with
because
respect,
for me, the answers that I have listened to and from the question, I haven't seen anything of that nature. So when I look at it in line with Order 89, I have a problem with your question.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if we go to the particular act he is referring to, the Learned Attorney General is referring to, the Act 989, he made reference to 13.1, but in the same act, 13.2, it provides that information which merely contains material that has been publicly mentioned as the basis of a public policy or for formulating a public opinion, or contains only factual or statistical data is not exempt from disclosure. And so, if that document exists, it will not be exempt from disclosure by reason of Section 13.
So, you think this is on statistical data?
Mr. Speaker, I read a lot. I read A before I came to B. The A says that merely contains
question
material
overruled.
that has
Do you
been
have another
publicly
question?
mentioned.
Question overruled. Do you have another question?
As in the first question is overruled. So
yes.
you ask the second question.
Yes.
Mr. Minister, the memorandum in question, did you cite it in your department?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. It appears the Honorable Member is choosing, for reasons that I won't blame him for, to believe the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General over myself as the current occupant of that office. In fact, as a matter of internal policy, that document you are referring to, the memorandum, did come to me in the form of an email from the Director of Public Prosecutions. And it was based upon her advice. And that is why we are saying that the document you are asking me to produce today is opinion that was meant to advise the Attorney General to take a decision. And that is statutorily exempt under the Right to Information Act. In any case, Mr. Speaker, a member of parliament cannot summon a minister to say a minister should produce a document. Basically, what you are asking me to do today is to produce a document. That power is only granted under the Constitution to committees of parliament and parliament as a whole. For a member, if you are asking for the production of a document, it will be in relation to the content of the document and not the production of the document per se. And I have explained that that memo came to the former Attorney General and also came to me, based upon which I took the decision that I took.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, you may also apprise yourself by looking at Article 103.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Minister, I really want to understand, is it your case now then that a member of parliament cannot ask a minister to provide documents for statement he's made? Is that your case with this House right now?
You see, that is why I'm asking you to look at Article 103. It's clear on the issue. Honourable members, let me take Article 1036. A committee appointed under this article shall have the powers, rights, and privileges of High Court or Justice of the High Court at a trial for enforcing the attendance of a witness and examining them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise. B, compelling the production of a document. C, issuing a commission or a request to examine witness abroad. And it's a committee appointed. So, honorable members, I hear some members of parliament saying, I have a power of the High Court. No, that's not the case.
Right Honorable Speaker, I understand, but I'm sure you also agree with me that this House operates with both the Constitution and the standing orders, and the standing orders obviously allow a member of parliament to ask the minister's question. And so this came in the form of a question. And I believe
you see, Honorable John Dako, you are getting this out of context. It is not just a question that you are asking, but your question is about production of a document. And the article that we have read doesn't suggest that a member of parliament cannot ask questions. But the right to request for a document to be produced, Constitution has vested it in committees. That is all that we are saying. And you are a lawyer, you look at the provision clearly. It says a committee.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I believe that the minister saw the question as a necessary question. That is why he provided the information. So if his position is that the document exists but he cannot provide that document, then I rest my case. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Speaker.
Kwame Eche Dapamako.
Speaker, John and I go way back. In fact, my roommate in law school. It is not the minister saying he cannot provide. He says the law forbids him. And he has spoken eloquently to the matter. So creating the impression that the minister says the document exists but he cannot provide, that is not the rendition. He says it exists, but I'm forbidden by this House own enactment. It's exempted. He's quoted it in the... Please, the right to information here provides. It's an opinion. So we are lawmakers, and luckily we are also lawyers. So we should be guided. If he wants to use his committee to do this, it's mandated under law.
Honourable members, I was instrumental in the passage of the Right to Information Act, so I know that some informations are classified. And the minister in his answer quoted the various provisions that classified the information. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if care is not taken, we may be setting a very troubling precedent, all in the name of the law. All in the name of the law. What is the gravamen of the question for which the minister is arguing certain exemptions under the law to suggest that he cannot provide because RTI stops him from providing that information? Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, and I would urge patience as we all navigate this matter, because it's not for today. Whatever we're saying now for Ansah may be a reference point tomorrow. And I'm not disturbed at all when Speaker rules for or against. What is the member saying? Listen, to ask the Attorney General and Minister for Justice to provide the memorandum which formed the basis for the decision to withdraw charges against Dr. John Pandit Isiama. Mr. Speaker, a Minister of State has taken a decision on the basis of an advice. We all know that, of course, noli prosequa, he is not required by law to explain or give a justification. But, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that this matter has become a public interest matter, Mr. Speaker, and may my colleagues exercise restraint and listen. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that this has become a public interest matter, resulting in a member of parliament asking you to provide that information. At least it helps you and your image and that of the government that the basis upon which you filed the nolle prosequa was well founded. If you now say that by a certain enactment, the member of parliament must file for some disclosure under RTI or that, and that by this act, House's own enactment, he is forbidden or he is stopped from providing the information. Mr. Speaker, I find it very rich. I find it very rich.
Honorable
That is an unfortunate.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I may conclude with respect.
But with all due respect, you and I were here and we took part in the passage of the law.
That is so.
Now, does the law says in classifying the information that based on public interest, the information should be provided? If no, then I believe we should proceed to another question.
Mr. Speaker, this exercise is good for all of us. Mr. Speaker, who determines, honorable member for Isikado, you are coming
Please
from
address the chair.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I want my respected junior colleague to know that she shouldn't come to the front bench to be talking across, please. Mr. Speaker, who is determining that this piece of advice, the basis for this decision by the Attorney General, is classified? Is he the one who is saying that it is classified, or the law is saying
the law?
That when, Mr. Speaker, I need to finish. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have had my time at the bar. Mr. Speaker, I have had my time at the bar, and I'm able to make my argument. I have to be heard, and if you disagree, you rule against me. The interjections are getting out of hand. Mr. Speaker, if the law is saying that any primary document, the subject matter of a final decision making, is classified, the law must expressly say so. Mr. Speaker, if the Attorney General, the first gentleman of the bar, a citizen is facing prosecution, and he comes in to say that no, I'm withdrawing charges, and he says that it is not me, but I have been advised, and it's not me. The Attorney General is not saying that he himself.
Attorney General, I'll give you the floor.
But he
so
says that
just hold it.
the Attorney General is saying that he's been advised, because, Mr. Speaker, the government of the question tells it all. That says that provide the memorandum. Mr. Speaker, the fact that there is a memorandum is a matter of subject public knowledge. The Attorney General's office put out in the public domain that there was a memorandum. That it is based on the memorandum that he has exercised discretion. The questioner is therefore asking you, make available to the people's representatives this memorandum. And you say it's classified, it's a secret document, it's very rich. He will not use any available other tool. The tool available to him is what he's using to say that, make available that memorandum for all of us to see. Peruse it. Mr. Speaker, I so submit, and I believe that the member must be allowed to ask his question, and that minister cannot hide under any law to say he won't give the details of this memorandum.
Honorable Minority Leader, I would have a problem when you say the member is not allowed to ask questions. The member has been given the opportunity to ask the question. Now the minister has provided answers to those questions. Then the member had the opportunity of even asking supplementary questions. You see, Honorable John Dako, with all due respect, we are not in Makola. We are in Parliament. You cannot just shout across like that. You cannot just shout across like that. So the minister has provided the answers. So when the answers are provided, the minister quoted the right law to say that this particular information is a classified information. So once a classified information, now the minister also went further to say that the circumstances based on which you can be compelled to produce documents are spelled out in Article 103. And I even took the trouble to read Article 103, specifically 6. So I have a difficulty getting the tangent from which you are coming from. Yes, Whip.
Speaker, the minister appropriately referenced the RTI Act. And the minority leader is suggesting that requirement be set aside. He says, he actually says so, that we shouldn't do this within the law. But that cannot be. Because,
remember, that is why I am asking him that the
Speaker,
Right to Information Act
Speaker,
that
RT
we all
actually
pass,
classifies.
does it set out the circumstances of that nature?
Speaker, under Section 84, the interpretation section of RTI Act, it defines, Speaker, it defines state secrets as follows. Includes information considered confidential by the government which, if disclosed, will be prejudicial to the security of the state or injurious to the public interest, and it proceeds. Mr. Speaker, in the answer provided by the minister, he referenced that the information as requested by the applicant seeks access to a memo from the prosecution's division to the former AG on a case prosecuted by the prosecution's division. The correspondence refers to constitute the legal opinion on the case given by the prosecution's division to the former AG. The request will most likely, as normally done, be for the review and approval of the former AG. This is an opinion. And this is classified under the Exempt Act, properly defined as a state secret. So for the minority leader to actually suggest that we should set all these requirements under law aside and play to the public gallery, is actually saying that we shouldn't rule this house by rule of law. We should rule by the opinion of the masses out there. And that will be chaotic. He will be leading us into a path that clearly will
yes,
create
honorable,
so,
honorable
Speaker,
members, in the absence of any supplementary question.
Speaker, very
Yes.
respectfully.
Yes.
Speaker, this is a very important matter.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Speaker, I have a supplementary question.
So please proceed to ask the supplementary question within the meaning
Honorable
of Order
Attorney
89.
General, Honorable Attorney General, given that the instant request by the Honorable Member of Parliament was not made under the RTI Act, but under the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, the Constitution gives every Member of Parliament to ask questions as under our standing orders. You ask questions in performance of your oversight responsibility. To the extent that the question that came was not under the RTI Act, but in performance of the member's oversight responsibility, do you think that you can exclude it under the RTI Act? Do you think that you can exclude? Do you think that you can exclude it under the RTI Act, especially taking into account the fact that the RTI Act cannot exclude the performance of a legislative duty under the Constitution? Do you think you can do that?
So before giving the floor to the Honorable Minister to explain, Honorable Member Questioner, do you think if an information is classified under the right to information, when you are proceeding not under the right to information, the information should be given out?
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, you asked me.
Very well. Minister,
Mr. Speaker,
you have the floor.
I think that the RTI Act is not relevant in the circumstance. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, the duty we perform on the floor of this House Mr. Speaker, under Article 93 of the Constitution and other provisions, Mr. Speaker, that flows therefrom, Mr. Speaker, are legislative duties. The RTI Act, Mr. Speaker, under Section 1 is clear as to its relevance. Mr. Speaker, when a member of Parliament is performing that and every minister will come to this floor and say that every information we seek is confidential. It is a very dangerous part, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member,
very dangerous part.
I believe in constitutional jurisprudence. You mentioned Article 93. Article 93 says there shall be Parliament of Ghana which shall consist of not less than 140 elected members. 2, subject to the provisions of this constitution, the legislative power of Ghana shall be vested in Parliament and shall be exercised in accordance with this constitution. What has this got to do with the legislative power?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I said, Mr. Speaker, I said 93 and other provisions. Mr. Speaker, it is very important we appreciate. Mr. Speaker, it's important we appreciate that in interpreting the Constitution, you interpret it as a whole, not in isolation, with every part giving harmony to each provision. Mr. Speaker, if you go on this tangent, this House is in trouble.
Kindly resume your seat. That is why in quoting 93, I didn't quote 93.1 and leave 93.2. I have read the 93 in a whole. I've read the 93 as a whole document. Yes, Honorable Minister, Speaker, you may wind up. Okay. I think we should move to another question.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, may the minority leader give me his ear. Right Honorable Speaker, I am supremely surprised that the Honorable Darko, being the lawyer that he is saying that a statute duly enacted by this House for purposes of the implementation of a constitutional provision should be set aside in the interest of so-called performance of legislative duties. In fact, no, this is very important. We enacted the Right to Information Act, and we saw it fit and proper in the implementation of the right to information under Article 21 of the Constitution to say that certain aspects of public information may be exempted from disclosure. And Section 13 of the Act, 13.1, is specific that opinions, expressed in the normal course of the performance of the duties of a ministry, department, or agency of government is exempt from disclosure. Despite the fact that when the honorable member made the request, there was no reference to the Right to Information Act. There was no reference to the Right to Information Act. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, that this was a public disclosure, in all its dimensions. And in fact, I was asked to provide the memorandum. I was not asked to disclose the content of the memorandum. There's a well of difference between the two. Production of documents is a different matter altogether from from disclosure of the information. And the disclosure of the information is what is regulated by the RTI. When it comes to the production of documents under Article 103(6) of the Constitution, it is only committees of parliament that are vested with the power to compel the production of documents. And that is why I told the honorable member that if he's asking that we should produce the document, he does not have that power as a single member of this House to compel the Attorney General to produce that document. In any case, the opinion was provided by the DPP, that is the Director of Public Prosecutions, to the former Attorney General, and government is a continuum. Based upon that opinion which was expressed, I took the decision and I took ownership of that decision. I took responsibility. So contrary to the assertion by the Honorable Minority Leader that I took that decision because of the memorandum, and therefore I wasn't the one who took the decision. I took the decision, and I take responsibility for it. But in justifying the taking of the decision, I refer to the memorandum, and I can tell you in all honesty, and I'm acting with integrity before this House, that memorandum is in existence, but it is exempt under the Right to Information Act. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, please kindly resume your seat because you had the opportunity to ask your 2 questions. Please, Minority Leader. Honorable members, we are at a stage that we're supposed to ask supplementary question. If it is not a supplementary question, please, I would even overrule you before you wind up. Yes, let me take Minority Leader first. Supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, before going into the supplementary question, I believe that the learned Attorney General took to the dispatch box, and although you had ruled on the question, he took the opportunity to express an opinion on the matter. If you would permit me, I would want to express a view. First of all, Mr. Speaker, he misconstrued the submissions made by me earlier. And Mr. Speaker, he is the one who put out this issue of memorandum. He said that he relied on the advice of the DPP as contained in the memorandum to take a decision. My issue is this. To the extent that in taking
Honorable
this decision,
Minority Leader, I think that is not a supplementary question. So,
Mr. Speaker, yes,
with all
Mr.
due,
Speaker, I didn't say
with
I was
all
asking
due
a
respect,
supplementary question.
please
Speaker,
kindly resume your seat. With
Mr.
all
Speaker,
due respect,
Mr.
let me
Speaker,
hear from Honorable
conclude.
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
please,
Minority
Mr. Speaker,
Leader,
bear
please,
with me.
all due respect,
Mr. Speaker,
kindly resume
Mr.
your
Speaker,
seat.
bear with me.
Let me hear from
Leader.
Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor. Honorable Minority Leader, kindly resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker.
With all due respect, kindly resume
Mr.
your
Speaker,
seat.
I shall yield to you.
Very well. Honorable Majority Leader.
The Minister for Justice and Attorney General, you indicated in your answer that you relied on a memorandum. I want to ask the Minister if, in the exercise of his discretion to enter a nolle prosequi, whether he is obliged to explain at all.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, by law, Mr. Speaker, by law, I'm not obliged to explain my decision to enter a nolle prosequi. But in situations where, or even in situations where I terminate the case after the prosecution has ended its, has ended its case, I am not obliged to explain the reasons why I have terminated the matter. And so on both counts, whether it was a nolle prosequi or it was a termination, I am not obliged to explain.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Honorable Attorney General, would you agree with me that to the extent that you volunteered to make a disclosure of the existence of a memorandum giving rise to your decision to terminate the prosecution, you are obliged under Article 23 of the Constitution to act fairly by way of ensuring a full disclosure in the public interest, because you have brought the matter up to the public knowledge. You were not obliged to make any disclosure, as you said.
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, together, let's look at Order 88.7. With all due respect.
Very well.
It states that a member in asking question, Order 88.7.
Mr. Speaker,
a member in asking question
Mr. Speaker,
shall not address the House, raise any argument, or offer an opinion.
Okay.
So let's operate within the rules.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, very well. Very well. Honorable Attorney General, it is your case that by law you are not obliged to explain why you've entered nolle prosequi. But you are on record to have made a disclosure to the public regarding the existence of a memorandum giving rise to your decision. Wouldn't you, under the circumstance, be obliged to comply with Article 23 of the Constitution?
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Article 23 is on administrative authorities, and it obliges administrative authorities to act fairly and reasonably and comply and be candid and comply with the requirements imposed by law. Right, Honourable Speaker, this afternoon I acted fairly and candidly, and I complied with the RTI Act in my answer. So I have complied with Article 23, and in any case, I was exercising executive authority and not administrative authority. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in view of the Minister's answer, may I know from him, having regard to his own disclosure to this House, that he decided to enter a nolle prosequi for ordinary language, that there was prosecution of Dr. Isiama, and he said that he is no more interested in the prosecution. And he was not obliged to explain to the public why he has stopped the prosecution, but he explained. Would he say that that decision complied with Article 296 of the Constitution?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader, that will be in 30 years' time. The minority leader is shifting goalposts. First of all, he tried to pin me down in respect of Article 23 and failed in that effort. Now he's asking if I complied with Article 296 on the exercise of discretion. In fact, within the context of Article 296, I acted, in a manner that was non-arbitrary. Okay? In the sense that I took the decision and accounted to the people of this country. And in fact, I even quoted portions of the advice that was in line with the letter and spirit of Article 296, what the minority is seeking to achieve. What the minority is seeking to achieve now, and let us face it, this is politics. What the minority is seeking to achieve now is basically to vindicate the former Attorney General, who denied the existence of the memo. But if you talk to the staff who were involved in the work, they will affirm or confirm that that memo was authored, that it was on the basis of the memo and the discussions I held with them that I took the decision, which is the subject matter of the member's question. In any case, Right Honorable Speaker, the member is not asking for a disclosure of the information on the memo. He's asking for a production of the document. And that is because the former Attorney General publicly said that that memo did not exist. And so you are seeking to vindicate him in the sense that the memo did not exist. But I can confirm that the memo exists. No. Production of the document, I have come under RTI to say that the document is exempt. We are complying with the law that was enacted by this House. So we, as lawmakers, enacted a law. We should be the first people to comply with the tenets of the law. Because as Right Honorable Speaker likes saying, quoting the German philosopher Habermas, law is communicative action. And if we have communicated the principles of the RTI law to the public, to the populace, we should be the first people to comply with it. So I have complied with the RTI law. I have complied with Article 23 of the Constitution. I have also complied with Article 296 of the Constitution. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader, if I heard you well, you say this is your last question. After last question, do you ask another last question
Mr.
again?
Speaker, the respected learned Attorney General, taking his time at the dispatch box, argues in his submission that he made some disclosure of that advice in his public accountability engagement. In other words, one of the press conferences that he himself held, according to him...
Minority Leader, I have read Order 88.7 to you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying anything
does
new.
not allow you to
very
do
well.
what you
Mr.
are
Speaker,
doing.
Mr.
So
Speaker,
you are either going to ask a question
Mr. Speaker, I get
or I overrule you.
Mr. Speaker, I get the point you want to make. I shall assist the chair. Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General has disclosed to us that he has already made available aspects of the memo to the public. Would he make that disclosure before Parliament? Those details that he disclosed to the public, according to him, would he make that same disclosure here?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the press conference that I delivered on that fateful day when I mentioned or I made reference to the memo, I quoted portions of the memo, and that is already a public document. And so I think that that document, the press conference, can be made available to the Minority Leader and his members if they want.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, this is House of Parliament. If a Minister of State before Parliament and at the dispatch box says that he has made some disclosures and we say, repeat them for the purpose of Ansah. Then you can say you produce them later for Ansah. It is not for private consumption. The information is for Ansah. Mr. Speaker, may he state his position correctly. Is he saying that he will make it available for Ansah?
Minority Leader, let's look at it practically.
Very well.
We've all engaged in press conference. So if you have done a press conference and some days or months after, you are being called upon to be by the dispatch box to state what is contained in the press conference.
Mr. Speaker, we can solve it this way. Mr. Speaker, don't worry. I'm always amenable. This matter, you don't drag it. He says he will make the documents available. Can he? Yes, he says he will make the press conference available.
Mr. Speaker, he even indicated that Mr. Speaker, it is now a public document.
Very well, he should make it available for Ansah, so that we'll take it from.
Well, I intend not to give such orders that he should make it available now. Honorable Ayarga, you have the floor.
I was just going to say that, Mr. Speaker, that question is unrelated to the question. The question is about a memorandum. That question is about a memorandum. But this one is talking about a press conference statement. Oh. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader just confirmed to everybody in this chamber that he's a master of mischief. That he is a master of mischief.
Yes, I've heard him that you don't know how to do mischief.
I don't know how to do mischief.
With all due respect, we have taken too much time on this question. I intend not to allow any further question. I proceed to question number 120, standing in the name of Mr. Anthony Mie, Odotobri, Member of Parliament. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Justice and Attorney General the efforts being made to finalize the legislative instrument, which is to regulate the operation of the Lands Act, Act 1036, for same to be presented to Parliament for consideration and passage.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, by a correspondence with reference number DB 134/135/01, dated 15 July 2024, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, that is the sponsor of the land regulations, submitted drafting instructions on the land regulations to the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice for vetting. The correspondence was received on July 18, 2024 at the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. By a correspondence with reference number SI 19/2024, dated 23 July 2024, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice requested a sponsor for an electronic copy of the drafting instructions to facilitate work on the regulations. On receipt of the electronic copy of the drafting instructions, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice proceeded to vet the drafting instructions, and by a correspondence with reference number SI 19/2024, dated 21st October 2024, submitted the draft regulations and comments on the draft regulations to the sponsor. The sponsor was requested to respond to the comments and to communicate any further comments the sponsor may have on the draft regulations to enable the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice to finalize the work on the draft regulations. Mr. Speaker, however, by correspondence with reference number DB 134/135/01, dated 28 February 2025, the sponsor submitted to the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice new drafting instructions on the land regulations, and responses to comments on the draft land regulations. The responses use the new drafting instructions as the source document. The new drafting instructions were a revision of the draft regulations and incorporation of new draft legislative proposals. To facilitate work on the drafting instructions, the Office of the Attorney General, by correspondence with reference number SI 19/2024, dated 24th of March 2025, requested the sponsor to respond to the comments with reference to the draft regulations prepared by the Office of Attorney General and Minister of Justice and submitted to the sponsor under cover of correspondence dated 21st October 2024. In addition to any new legislative proposals they may have to the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice in a separate document. This point was reiterated at a meeting held on 16th April 2025 between the officers of the Lands Commission and an attorney of the Office of the Attorney General. Further to the correspondence with reference number SI 19/2024, dated 24th March 2025, and the meeting held on the 16th of April 2025, the sponsor has, by correspondence with reference number SCR/LCS 830/17, dated 17th April 2025, responded accordingly to the request. The correspondence was received by the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on 13th May 2025. The sponsor has provided responses to the comments on the draft land regulations and submitted new legislative proposals for a revision of the draft land regulations. The Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice has revised the draft regulations to incorporate the responses to the comments raised and the new legislative proposals into the draft regulations and submitted it by correspondence dated 9th June 2025 for the consideration of the sponsor. Further to the expression of satisfaction by the sponsor with the regulations, the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice will finalize and submit the regulations to the sponsor, and in accordance with the enactment process, request the sponsor to liaise with the clerk to the Parliamentary Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to arrange for a pre-laying meeting for the Parliamentary Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to consider the regulations before the regulations are laid in Parliament for the statutory 21 sitting days in accordance with Article 11(7) of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
There will be no further questions. I am very grateful, Minister. I'm also grateful to the Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Jerry Ahmed Shaib.
Very well, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Just to find out from the Honourable Attorney General if he has any timelines to the effect with reference to the response he just gave.
But Honourable Jerry, actually he is not the sponsor. The sponsor will be the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. So they are just providing legal services, which the Ansah has indicated. So if there is a minister that should be providing a timeline, there should be a minister responsible for lands and natural resources.
Very well, Right Honourable Sir. Right Honourable Speaker, I do not know if I can proceed to ask a further question. Subject to...
Yes, please do.
Yeah, I just want to find out when he hopes to transmit the advice to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources.
Well, let me give the chance to the minister. But the answer clearly has been given. That has been transmitted on the 9th.
On the 9th
of June.
That is just two days ago. No, a day ago.
Yes.
That's Monday. Yes. Yeah, I've sent the advice to the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the fact that this is a major public interest matter, the fact that, Mr. Speaker, the activities on our water bodies, on our forest reserves, have become of grave concern to the country. Would the Attorney General ensure that, having transmitted this opinion, his assigned officers at the Lands Ministry will facilitate the drafting of this legislative instrument to this House without further delay?
Honourable members, respectfully, I stand on Standing Order 89 to overrule the question. Is there any other question? Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, I think that is it for questions.
Very well. Then, if that's the case, let me discharge the Attorney General. Attorney General, thank you very much for attending upon the House and answering the questions slated for you. We are most grateful for answering the question to the satisfaction of the members of Parliament. You are hereby discharged.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, when you are presiding, you don't pass judgment to the extent that we are satisfied with his answers. Mr. Speaker, we are not satisfied with his answers. He gave political answers and we are not satisfied with his answers.
Well, Honorable Habib, the Speaker looking at the atmosphere is just expressing an opinion. So my opinion is that members are satisfied with the answers provided. Yes, Majority Leader. Now, indication.
The Honorable Ranking, please. It's been admitted, please. Mr. Speaker himself has admitted. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ranking has been sitting since we started to take his statement, which you admitted. Mr. Speaker, he's now ready to take his statement. Yeah, he's Mr. Speaker, he's ready to take his statement if you grant him the leave.
Honourable members, by the rules, when statements are admitted, they are supposed to be transmitted to the clerk and they program the statement. Honourable members, this issue of statement being handed over there and then, and you are expected to admit it, is not helping all of us. So, appropriately, I will indicate and transmit the statement to the clerk that please, the statement has been admitted. Kindly program it to be taken.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, look, your leader is seated. Please take your seat. If for nothing at all, he is the one to rise on any rebuttal. You sit down. You are a junior, so sit down. Sit down. You sit down. This is leader. You are in the ship. You are not a leader. You are in the ship. This is leader to leader. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, I made a humble application to you. Mr. Speaker, there is an important matter that we all know is happening in our country. The minority, through its ranking, brought this statement to you. Mr. Speaker, it is so critical, a statement that will help all of us as Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I would plead with you that kindly grant him leave to proceed to make a statement. Mr. Speaker, please, there are other statements. That one I won't press it. But the one on the health issues, the nurses, Mr. Speaker, I will plead with you. It's something that all of us want to have a bite on for the good of our country. Mr. Speaker, so I'm pleading with you. Mr. Speaker, it's a humble plea. I'm not asking for the other statement you admitted. It's in respect of Dr. Ayuwe and Honorable Jerry Ahmed. Mr. Speaker, Jerry is in leadership. Honorable Majority Leader, I saw you shaking your head. Don't do this. The Parliament is for the minority. You've been in minority before. You've been on this side before. You've been on this side before. I saw you. I've been in that chair before. I saw you. You see, please. Let's allow him to make his statement. I expect you to be the
Honorable
one.
Minority Leader, you know me. Honesty is the best policy. Honorable members, as I walk into the chamber, 3 statements were referred to me. One standing in the name of the Minority Leader, another one standing in the name of Honorable Stephen Amwa, another one standing in the name of Honorable Patricia Apiaje. I have admitted all to be programmed by the clerk. Then the Deputy Whip also brought a statement, but honestly speaking, I was unable to read through his statement to even take a decision whether to admit or not to admit. But I'm being called upon to call the statement. That's the difficulty that I have. That's the difficulty that I have. So the admitted statement for today are to be programmed by the clerk. So if I'm not being given the opportunity to read through the statement and take a decision, then I am also operating contrary to the rules. Yes, Majority Leader. Honorable Habib, still on statement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw your attention to section of Order 93.1. Order 93.1 up to 8. Mr. Speaker, like you indicated, the person or the member to make the statement have not offended our rules in any way. If there is one way or the other, either the clerk at table have not been able to program his statement, that is not his fault, because statement has been advertised on the order paper today. So it did not offend under Order 97, Order 93.7. Mr. Speaker, it says that the Speaker shall cause to be transmitted to the clerk statement admitted to be made on a particular day to be advertised on the order paper for the purpose of the notice of members. Mr. Speaker, that has been complied. That if you look at today's order paper, page 3, 9, item 9, we have statements. So, Mr. Speaker, if the clerk at table did not have statement admitted, and for that matter, statement to be read today, there's no reason for it finding its space under the order paper. So, Mr. Speaker, as such, I invite you to indulge the member to make such statements.
Honorable member, I think we are speaking at cross purpose. Read Order 93.2. It states, the proposed statement shall be admitted by the Speaker with or without modification. Now, whilst I am in the chamber, a statement has been given to me to admit, and I couldn't read the statement, how would I transmit this statement to the clerk with or without modification? So the point that I'm making is that when I walk in, I receive 3 statements which I quickly read through and admitted them to be programmed by the clerk. Then my very good friend and classmate brought his statement. But you can see that his statement I have not read through, so I have not indicated anything. But because I have read the majority leader's statement, I have admitted it to be forwarded to the clerk. Because I have read the statement of Honorable Patricia Apiaje, I have admitted it to be programmed by the clerk. I have read the statement by Honorable Stephen Namua, whilst in the chamber. I have admitted it to be transmitted. But because Speaker called me to take the chair, I could not read through the statement of my friend Jerry Ahmed. So there is no indication whether it's been admitted or it's not. This is my copy.
Mr. Speaker.
That's the point I'm making.
Mr. Speaker, the able minority leader gave an indication that the member is going to make the statement with regards to the striking nurses. Mr. Speaker, and if you read Order 93.1 properly, it says that, Mr. Speaker, by the indulgence of the House and the leave of a Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, people are dying in our hospital as a result of the striking nurses. This is a
Honorable
matter
Habib,
of
kindly resume your seat.
Important,
Honorable Habib, kindly resume your seat. If you want to make an urgent statement taking advantage of Order 93.1 and 67, you ought not to have put it in writing requesting that I should admit or not to admit. Is that the procedure? When your leader has been raising matters of urgent public importance, does he put it into writing? But having written a statement, expecting me to admit it, I would have to read through the statement and decide whether to admit or not to admit. That is the point that I'm making. You have written a statement calling on me to admit the statement. How do I admit the statement without reading through it? If this statement was even to be given to me a day prior to today, you would have been fair to me. I also walk in Parliament, then you give me a statement whilst in Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I would plead with you to... Mr. Speaker, I would plead with you. I've engaged my colleague. I'm not done. I've engaged my colleague, the majority leader, to oblige this request. Mr. Speaker, he hasn't given me his concurrence. He hasn't told me that he agrees. But Mr. Speaker, though a statement has been forwarded to you, Mr. Speaker, I would again and again plead that since the member intends to invoke Order 93 to bring this to the attention of this House, I humbly plead with you that, Mr. Speaker, let's oblige him. Mr. Speaker, I agree that we must go by our rules, but we've had some rare occasions where we as masters of our own rules have looked at ways of accommodating certain urgent matters for the purposes of democracy. Mr. Speaker, I am pleading with you.
Honorable Minority Leader, you know I'm not a difficult person, but nothing will let me set a bad precedent. Bad precedent in the sense that a member will bring a statement for admission, and there and then the member wants to read the statement. 2, If the member is unable to read the statement, then the member now turn around to say that though I have brought a statement for you to admit, because you didn't admit the statement, let me read the statement under Order 93.1 and 67. The indication is that I intend not to grant any leave.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, respectfully. Mr. Speaker, respectfully. I'm thinking Order 93.1. There's some moral implication of these reasons why this order is here. Mr. Speaker, matter of urgent public importance. We have clinics closed, people are dying, and we want to share with you why we should talk about this. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I beg leave of you, and with your permission.
Honorable Afriye, kindly resume your seat.
Sit Albert down. You don't understand what you're talking about.
Honorable Habib, I intend not to open any debate on this issue. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we can take an adjournment to tomorrow, during which those statements that you have admitted can be made. There's no difference between today and tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members. Motion move for adjournment. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to
Honorable
Order 3
Habib.
of our standing orders.
Honorable Habib, resume your seat.
Speaker,
motion
I
move
rise
for
to second the
adjournment. Any
motion.
seconder?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Yes, I rise to second the motion. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I make this statement.
Honorable Afriye, if you don't take time, I will send you out of the house.
I'm not worried about that.
Why are you taking liberty
I'm not
for
worried
nonsense?
about that. It's an issue of urgent public importance. I can leave.
In doing so,
I can leave.
make one statement.
I can leave. I can leave. I am ready to leave. I am ready to leave.
What do you mean by in doing so, make one statement?
I am ready to leave. You can send me out. I'm ready to leave. That's all this. Yes. I'm ready to leave. What's the big deal?
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, we rise to make this statement on an issue of immediate and far-reaching concerns to our country. The ongoing national strike action declared by the
You are hereby
Ghana
directed to walk Afriye out of the house. No, but what is that?
But look, I'll switch on the mic so it will not go. That's good. Kugwa. Okay, Frank, go
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded. The question is, As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned to tomorrow, Wednesday, 11 June 2025 at 2 p.m.
What do you mean, kind of? Yapon. Close. Go and do press conference. Press conference number 89.
And President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. Example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this... My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, and so are the solutions. We must work together. We can rebuild our economy. We can create jobs. We can restore faith in governance. But we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver. And we must not with excuses, but with
Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness. They want opportunity. They want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They are asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined.
We need a government that will galvanize the efforts of all Ghanaians, irrespective of ethnicity.
And so before I took over, I set up a small committee. It was very helpful. We put in a hotline. They got more than 2,000 calls from different people alleging different things. Of course, some of them were useless allegations, but others too were important allegations. And so, after synthesizing all the reports that we received the official reports from the committee, and we handed it over to the Attorney General. And some of what the Attorney General is dealing with are some of the issues that came up in the oral. And so, I just wanted to clarify that. And so, those are ongoing, and then we also have the issue I thought I should raise of the judiciary and the perception of the judiciary. I believe that it is not anecdotal. I mean, several surveys asking Ghanaians, you know, what their opinion of the judiciary is have not come out positively. And I believe that it is a duty for all of us to work to make sure that we have a judiciary that is respected. Year in, year out, you hear 12 billion CDs misappropriated, 15 billion CDs misappropriated. And how we deal with these cases are very difficult because of the constitutional procedure, parliamentary accounts committee and all that. But after that has happened, we must have a fast-track court where we're able to deal with this so that we deter people from just misusing government funds like that. Government is open to working with you, particularly on our side of the political divide. There's this perception that we have a problem with the legal fraternity and things like that. I think that if you look at the kind of people sitting here with people who have any such animosity towards the judiciary and the legal fraternity. So our doors are open, our hands are open, and if you think that there's anything that you should bring to our attention, don't hesitate at all. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. That is not defined by titles, but by service. That is not defined.
You know, mamia or ye head, Emma nurse ni midwifery, and Kumubi a course na yashene. You know, and no, I restrain myself, say, men kasa maningra amanyo same way because and same be say no. Aya e jano besepa ni kunya haba yeta sin banyasa fom. Wow. Enti empempi no se eba ne sen na wo de amanyo sema hwani waka enkamea kwa se na eya sei. Ai enti yeta no banyasa fom. Enti enra no me restraining me ho say I wouldn't want to delve into politics. but send ye kono nkrofo ya mani ada hododo nurses for ni midwives for leadership in Ghana amoye amani ada hododo, and I'll be telling you why. And me wura hopa na ye disan common, but yen koswa na ira to force so ase na Kwame yen mo na baso, because one more e ka say cedi no eye senia $1 ni other hard currencies no cosmetic no and no many ewu. The cedi we can say is stabilized, and I think that people like Honorable Atuforsin, who is forcing, he deserves some round of applause. Baby Atuforsin will be your boy and Semano. Baby Honorable Esiama, Bank of Ghana Governor. Papa no ejuma wadi egu form a wo bono ese wani enkachere nkase ekachere ese wani ejuma Honorable Esiama di egu form a wo bono. Me ameka chere say I don't need to know these people. I don't even care if I meet them or not. But no kure no kure. Oba Facebook ano ashawan. No kure no kure. Nokure ye nokure adwuma wo bono Honorable Esiama e deserve say ye be bonabaso. There is one young political superstar me uniform wenyi, and by now me sure say mo nyina mahunu nipa me pakana sem. Very fantastic, very dynamic guy in terms of communications. Or a superb, or a guy was here, and na ho fama Magana and Chichlen in Kankrono is next to none. Of course, by now you should know I'm talking about Minya Sami Jemfi. Gold board, a Juma Sami, Eddie gold board ni yeno. Yent mean can one day ni a jai. The guy needs to be encouraged. Yenya Sami Jemfi money, these guys in Temwa. Nisanka Ghana, Titi se kontebeno. If John Dramani Mahama administration way and you yan for the past 8 years, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you, say you do, baby, who born dog? Who born dog? Me chawun to me baby obia. Eti juma pa. Womo de agu akwan so a womo ye. Ready yemma enkrofo hunu se subsidy no aba from no de. Etwa se yehwe na yenso yetete ye niam so. But na me say enyuma mte sen. Say na edwam ekọ say na edwam te. Say na edwam te. And me ba cho so ba Facebook se sia. Yeah, the daily exchange rates no at war. Wednesday, 11th June 2025. It's your net over here near the to your Facebook war. Oh, top a year dollar. Ubenya no 10 cedis, 24 pesos. Anna sa oh tonwa. Ubenya no 10 cedi, 25 pesos. Meanwhile, before John Dramani Mahama mu take over, not the same dollar. What it was over 16 Ghana cedis. It was over 16 Ghana cedis. In fact, a Kwayako abro 18 Ghana cedis, but what a mamma to football, it was over 16 Ghana cedis. Now say before John Dramani Mahama took over, 6 months. Wamubenya kwenya etna abenya na so. Suddenly a certain finance minister in the person of Honorable Atuforsin aforce amene dollar nanka ubenya no 16 Ghana cedis ukura 10 cedis 24 pesos ubenya. Dabi na we no I just say me NDC ni asana maka wadwenya dwuma na sabi mpanyifo anim wadwenya dwuma wani afra na sabi mpanyifo anim wani na afra eti ya karo de ontibi agye wo man bofo agye wo man bofo obi a wasin kete si gyinae sɛ wo mpɛ Ghana nkankro anaji wo benfo anase bia adan money no wankasa ni adan money no ewiama tumfo no one I am chairman because entiasia mamu say ebia mo chenchene na adwuma ato force ni nuanom oboi ebi muso mu hui immediate so come and see and me ba cho wa beba Facebook no share well mo Facebook no de bia me ka say me no na adwuma because sabi by now obi nim the same it's just akwanya ana emu bia nya atinkonya mu enti the fact say obi nto data ma na wow do data eko Facebook eko YouTube what is me a me present yi nyina ya he crado se pese Ghana e fa ntuma befra etu ba Facebook a no wa share na so obi twantwa daily exchange rate e de egu hodo no achira won bibi yeah doing so great in just 6 months fan wa form and I'll be dovetailing to the one Ghana city in 7 person maker that my main come say ene Kwabena Bobie Ansah bebe fia enti mo amafe Commander Boham no ene Commander Boham bejine dwa ene me apoku list wo Kwame yi masutre se waya press conference chenchire bi na apoku list wo eso bebe fia ene mini Haruna be look ene nkrofo be fia no wanti ha mini ba bia tie baby atie nyansa dwasuoni nyansa ya chechele le sabede. This is the mother of all political shows in this country. If you are near Kenya sabede babio ye kasa wo ha na nipa ti na wonti house meti tie na de ai ijana no wedding na tele lie. Say good afternoon. I know to Dako. Yaka at for that we're still live on CTV, Ghana's #1. As we are live on Facebook and on YouTube. Enti ya mo by na so say at least fuela nanka ye tono close to 17 Ghana. Oh, I mean use 16 Ghana cedis. And then the same fuel ye tono 11 Ghana cedis. Oh, they found 12 Ghana cedis. 12 Ghana cedis. But you see, Kwam, Ansah me refuel no. Me person can me touch one. Ya nurse for no kakra. I want us to begin from there because no. Obia oti ani be hunu say I was restraining myself. Na me person me ye amanyo sam with ya nurse for no enra. But upon reviewing and yamani bi wo no mo a wo mu demand no ayen nsem hu no and men to sabi nyansa bi anim eto wo hwe ne sese a nurse for ne midwives for a anka Ghana for ne musu no mo hu ye yashi anamu. If I was president of this country, I am telling you, say not only nanka me leadership nedi and I'll give you 24 hours to return back, to return to work. Someone come within 24 hours. You are nurse for the brain of fear. Posting Kromunya be a Jumamunya, medicine nurse for the Beshamanai. I'm telling you. Na Jomahama no, na Kumano. Jomahama Kumano. Tis all bofwa Kuma. Jomahama ya dear. Fima, Timenti. There thought to be a decision be on more. No, I didn't who mean. Because what kind of wickedness is this? What kind of wickedness is this? Is it Acts 5:1? Mwah! The sessions that talk about say, we essential service providers. Actually say, Muntimi enti etua ewo mrem. So in the first place, nurses doctors, midwives, laboratory technicians, Sankrofonu. Yadom Yinagum as essential service providers. Emrano Basu Samobeti Etria from strike. Muntiminko strike. And the law continues to say, 7% still be a ma. It can say National Labor Commission take over in making sure say we be saving the situation. And man said National Labor Commission take over. It shouldn't take more than 3 days. It can say send seminar. Coming free because human lives are involved. And Emrane Kakosi say National Labor Commission can not the said essential workers, service providers. The National Labor Commission must serve compulsory arbitration, and whatever they say shall be binding. In this case, National Labor Commission, Echo High Court, Echo Koji to me say, Muni who quite say some yes, court akasa still, most of my demonstration, such an illegality, and we are entertaining this in this country. Obinka say, oh ye nurse who here Obinka sa, and right me buy here, and some people want more. Me can't, for instance, my uniforms near there. But maybe I bought near money beer. Nurse for the summer pet near bisa say, Nyansa ben, Nyansa, huh? Is there modicum of wisdom in that request they are making? Oh, Facebook, I share mine. Citizen show ni. A jana fekra de chassis. We are warm up. Because come say me. Huh? What the demands no I won't send and me tete ba kura say doctor phobic kura there and like seriously? Like seriously? Like seriously? I feel there, me tete kura say a doctor phone be. Afa kuntuna say any mpanyifo bi din komo. And it's alleged a part of the request. A doctor for and you're different from nurses for no, I know the young pay. Part of the request, a doctor for also requested any anya. Abayentia no musweti etiane say. Part me mau bakupe. Sikanwa abay allocated to health sector. Eti ebia sikan ke kolebu. Echo University of Ghana Medical Center. Ana Echo Mimikrom Achimosino Clinic no. Say what the pakuni adwuma or say Rich Hospital. Tio, why doctor nintia wa kraka efra broche na ka na beka port no. Say so to duty taxes be. Doctors for no niam ni bi o ma tura enche mo bete ho ensem say abai sika yesi yemfa nko todro yemfa nko hwe hospital no yemfa say sika ni bi nko yi cars ne ma because ye doctor for. Are you guys sensible? Madri adwuma. No, look, me, I'll never belittle the work of doctors in this country. I'll never belittle the work of nurses in this country. But look, say drivers, commercial drivers, can almost strike one day. When you best Ghana. Truck focus almost striker. No, you who is right Okroma. Dominant essential drivers. I can say essential workers. When they deserve certain remunerations. My truck drivers, ni taxi drivers, ni boats, ni why for. Woman you income mom said ne, will be a juma. Oh doctor cry, doctor, mumu in the workers. Mama de grab a juma. Mama de a juma. Nurses are in a bit of juma. Actually, a juma dear, at the sign for cheer, a bit be a chiddy. Name of man, you say, as a wood yano, a yama. Here, now granted in process here, do you take undue advantage and see to the death of your own people? Jordan Ekasa, Jordan secretary is a mortuary association for no mortuary for no. Was it a free bra? Nurse for the midwife for a year, one a train. A nipa, a drummer mortuary was it a double? 89 ke nipa 100 example ananka wu na wotwe ne mu a omo ye amatu ate no enipa 200 na ewu na nipa 500 ana nke do mobile mortuaries wo Ghana because of strike yi nipa 1000 ewu say nipa 1000 ana averagely na ewu na wotwe bia because of nurses for ne midwives for ne come in strike yi say nke nipa 1000 ewu say nipa 2000 ana ewu obi nim adwonko a adobachi so ma who strike asia nurse ni bi anya asthma na okọ honum na se bi on nurse atade and asthma ya but who is attending to you you might think say bia mo ye Ghana for look and no me can be man ba na mo ye too much ma ya bramo and that is what I'm saying say me Mrs. Nurse but no bit baby ka say ni bi bia anya nurse ntino me sister odi machi mi no oye nurse Janet Otuda ko go and find out oye nurse oye degree nurse etiani anka me can favor me sister that be nyesa na me madwuma nyesa na me madwuma sabi mpanyifo ni me nyankwase adwuma me ya adwuma nyansa wom. How can you say Kwame as part of the eniyama no muhia no and ye de me ba cho me he eniyama no muhia ye de to Facebook wo de me ma 1 minute wa di kan me eniyama no muhia no ye de to Facebook in me nkasa ho me pese after 1 minute ansa na makasa ho Kwame aya change we de mane na so be 1 minute no mo mehwansa after we no na wa change na o ma hunu niyama nurse for ne ayi for no mo mra media me nkasa wo de brabere Carl Theophilus Mahum Robert Jr. Salifu Wuzeru mo from messages mra God na mevo yeah God na mevo Thomas Bullet me a president there and Mr. President I know what bad I ain't me but Mr. President sanka on pop wakase emishena anka nurse fuom kwadwuma nyina minka he me nyu obadi but omo atifia mu nya adwuma no me make sure say they will take their positions obeba no bia fo adwuma na uhwade a ubepi ho next time bani bana John Dramani Mahama ne aban we just 6 months in government Kwame me person me boss one say me mom 1 minute after 1 minute my sasa boss ne because be ye fro eti wo a person ohunu niam addresses for ni demand no ye de ato ye Facebook wo bra be he Accra 100.5 FM ode ma menyi ba ko ntira one of them metete kura ni say in fact yes metete omu demand ni say disability guide allowance ma me papa wo di ma de ko de say owo hospital na sabi obi a wadi dem waba say na ni efra oh media to Facebook mumere anase oni pa ko ne sabi ne na ye ne ya na ono nurse ni no aso oni kunum edina ko trase ana edina furu ko ba bia wo ko no wo hia ho allowance ayafo bra CMG your receptionist anka look mu PSS no me advice dinosaur nko alaji say duagongo ye hia talking allowance because oba da be who receptionist na wakasa eso man talking allowance adai salary na ye di twa ka ye adwuma wo ha no the same salary na ye di twa moka woni pa kunu a wo so ne mu na nka okura mpo de anka ase nurse ase whatever obi a sabi what did them ni wo nyo wo o pa ono no ho allowance o pa ono no ho onu ma metio enu ntina enye chi so before be e be say look abai ne kura ye ready so ne negotiate kura bo om kura ye hu am ni wo video me be bo a kirew ene me be yes adwuma ye hu am say what so ni friend insa wo ba hospital and what so ni insa ababa tena OPD ento hia ensomu allowance what is this? What kind of allowance is this? Mommy, we don't know the allowance in some here. Your friend be height allowance. It's height allowance in here, sir. Or you do a story building so. It is story building now, Yejumano. Ebi or no second floor. Obi was third floor. Obi was fifth floor. It's in your fifth floor, no. Or no allowance, no. As I can say in your fourth floor. Your fourth floor, no. As I don't allowance, I can say in your third floor. Your third floor, no. As I don't allowance, I can say in your first floor. It's more to me, Tenassi Jimmy say. Ah, Mutimit Tenassi, she said, Jimmy Sam say. Forgive me if I'm being harsh with my words, but doctors, I beg your pardon, nurses for leadership, no, approve say politics from where. I didn't want to say that yesterday, but send me a corner. Oh my chance politics from where because maybe about in 2021 thereabout are the same issue. Baya Sanka, Omko strike. Mami ya beka brofo wo de mebo sa tape no adona sa ta wan ko strike because Nana Akufo-Addo adona president mami awuda no yeso de perpetua why yama anya da ho se ukun ana ye MPP chairman for Botiano uku ye MPP chairman di MPP adwuma na aye uku ye MPP chairman MPP adwuma na aye Honorable Minta Kando, look, I understand your respect for Ghanaians, and I understand your respect for the nursing fraternity in this country. But if it is possible, sack all of them. Your nurses are here for so many years. They should take over their jobs. Give them like 24 hours ultimatum. Get out. People are dying, and I am fair. Bako yaman oxygen ewo kamu eyamo fe yaman oxygen wo kamu eyamo fe. Don't you have sympathy? Muni sympathy because mubenya MPP 4 atamochi na MPP 4 no bomo yadi empre ho na behwe enya bibia na yadi yamanyesem. Because so be yaria any MPP when you NDC. If you think we're a political party now we'll score political pointer, you are just being useless. You are just being useless. So how can see a man clothing allowance fair? Hey, okay. Because we are nurse what are the national and you one nurse auto. It be saying yes. But how can you say what's on the friend sir? At the Newra Hospital one, it's a disability guidance allowance. So they come on here now, they come out say, what's all about so? Oh, third floor, fourth floor. It's a height allowance. Because say be a Danny Boo and you also be wage and you from President of the country, His Excellency, Chief of Staff. Oh, the floor, me on the floor, but Oko Jubilee House, Ofro, Ansah was doing the floor. Chief of Staff, or no, on the allowance. How can you be this wicked to this country? Nurses for me and Crophobia, Moko school crampa, yet it's here, near the tax, I'm on nursing training allowance. Your mama allowance, some Munko school, your train nurse for Cassa, your Piamuka Munko school keke. And yet, your own same counterpart at one university. The own student loan and send no Metiako school. One year pampow, Emma student as a trainee allowance. No, who we are Sukua, what you made the whole? See me, who we are Sukua, what you made the whole? Who we are Sukua, what you made the whole? Men will be am University of Ghana, and I'm Kwabena University of Science and Technology, UCC, and any private school. Me we are Sukua, afraid I may say I could. On top of that, semester tia juma, no na me je na me di ko school no. Yes, am better to me kakra. Meanwhile, wo not only na 1G loan, ATM front. Yes, say am free money, say allowance ko sua de. Na se am free money say ko sua de as training allowance now be nessa. Wanya bibia mo ase a, wo ja hobo no kro. Mr. President, I respect you, sir. But I think you are even wasting time with this nursing case. Honorable Mita Kando, I respect you, but I think you're still wasting time with this nursing case. Menkwa is a done deal, it's a cross chapter. Menkwa, I will issue a 24-hour ultimatum. Because even government ni ready say only nurses for be negotiating. Number 2 kwam. You are not even ready to kwam. Man video, man video. Me be video with 20 is it 2020? No. I've forgotten a year, but 2021 thereabout. The same woman way. This mama hwe ni din no. Amukasi. Ye to say ye nkwala na egu ha no. Why? Why? Kasi nkwala and you keep on doing this against the good people of this country.
No matter how hard we have pushed, looking at the economic conditions and the situation we find ourselves in at this time, they will not be able to take on any new allowances. And that was made very clear throughout the negotiations. So what we've been able to do is to improve upon what existed in old collective agreements as signed in November 2020.
So has signed the conditions of service for nurses and midwives across the country on alien. Their living standards over a 2-year period.
One thing has been very clear in this negotiation, and no matter how hard we have pushed, the employer has insisted that looking at the economic conditions and the situation we find ourselves in at this time, they will not be able to take on any new allowances. And that was made very clear throughout the negotiation. So what we've been able to do is to improve upon what existed in old collective agreements as signed in November 2020.
So has signed the conditions of service for nurses and midwives across the country on alien to improve their living standards over a 2-year period.
One thing has been very clear in this negotiation, and no matter how hard we have pushed, the employer has insisted that looking at the economic conditions and the situation we find ourselves in at this time, they will not be able to take on any new allowances. And that was made very clear throughout the negotiation. So what we've been able to do is to improve upon what existed in old collective agreements as signed in November 2020.
So has signed the conditions of service for nurses and midwives across the country on alien to improve their living standards over a 2-year period.
One thing has been very clear in this negotiation, and no matter how hard we have pushed, the employer has insisted that looking at the economic conditions and the situation we find ourselves in at this time, they will not be able to take on any new allowances. And that was made very clear throughout the negotiation. So what we've been able to do is to improve upon what existed in old collective agreements as signed in November 2020.
So has signed the conditions of service for nurses and midwives across the country, aiming to improve their living standards over a 2-year period.
One thing has been very clear in this negotiation, and
Akufo-Addo will not be able to take on new allowances. Kwame, omo demonstration. Kwame, omo strike. And no partner Akufo-Addo transfer for 5 years because my we could MPP chairman. And no man because I thought they were reasonable. But Kwame, metina say ehwehwe nema ni bia and my cousin Mrs. NS. But who said they are not being reasonable? And politics pure na moyen. Now you think you are punishing John Mahama? You think you are punishing John Mahama? You are punishing Ghanaians. More client must swear saying sumo ewiemu mo. They are the people you are punishing. They are the people. What Nana Akufo the time there. Most Nana Akufo the no kasa say and never more identity muntimi cost muntimi nya allowances na e twase e de mamono. Nana mo say there be muntimi nya allowance ana mo ti ase. The same person you what you say. So that time can only park no we do or minus for 5 years. Now would you be by just 6 months? Afena sabi munyansa aye adwuma. Ah, say ni amoja ni mu no on de waba eti yeni semfo nkyere no. That nonsense must stop. Masa sambo tape ni enko. But tape no. Fa tape ni to mine.
Countries aiming to improve their living standards over a 2-year period.
One thing has been very clear in this negotiation, and no matter how hard we have pushed, the employer has insisted that looking at the economic conditions and the situation we find ourselves in at this time, they will not be able to take on any new allowances. And that was made very clear throughout the negotiation. So what we've been able to do is to improve upon what existed in old collective agreements as signed in November 2020.
So has signed the conditions of service for nurses and midwives across the country, aiming to improve their living standards over a 2-year period.
One thing has been very clear in this negotiation, and no matter how hard we have pushed, the employer has insisted that looking at the economic conditions and the situation we find ourselves in at this time, they will not be able to take on any new allowances. And that was made very clear throughout the negotiation. So what we've been able to do is to improve upon what existed in old collective agreements as signed in November 2020.
But what do you look? Fanisa odi omo pejo Mahama nasem. Sebi tafrache mo fanche me. Fanisa e teni. Ah. Fanisa odi Mahama no. But kai hunu se onu so yinipa muja ne wonu. Ah, wonu so muja ne wonu. Mekase na Akufo-Addo ewini ye in 2016. Yen nwa no adwadefuo dodo no ahye dat te omo ne ma so. Enu mpo na enye se sidi emfaso bi abaso. Se na sidi tie no sa na tie. Omo hye dat te omo ne ma so. Se na be kushin na Akufo-Addo. John Dramani Mahama bai onu de watimi ate sidi so. Still adwadefuo ne bi mpeso betete ne ma so. Adrama 40 tiom fuel so you can say Lord first so Akufo-Addo time because Oma trouble Akufo-Addo biaba sabi John Dramani Mahama bae wonu de watimi kura ya adwuma ma fuel ane ye ton no 16 cities na about 12 cities adrama for 15% yes wo muntim free so no wo muntim free so na moye ni pasa ye oh aban bi te so dia asa wo na moja wo mumu aban bi ba asa wo de wo nye nipa why do you do that why do you do that? What kind of wickedness is that? And yo sanya atwumne ma no meanwhile utimi ho clearly say John Dramani Mahama we otogana utimi ho clearly wo de one people ni ndisi sam to nchen na ya access no by like nationalistic utimi say is that this John Mahama no utimi so like a person send you utimi so person sum Ghana jada ne yamwa dabi na Ghana ni ye John Mahama no mu ana John Mahama no ya Ghana ni ye na ye ya oba na William Sharaf ene ne bagge no Farida and now the obey with the jalodina. Ghana ye nyame no ne be enjoy. John Mahama no akasi bibi hia no. Wopekura and Pianica, the guy will survive. His children's children will survive because we bopra. Fisa ni papa ya MP bo, onu be a member of parliament, positions a wahodi, we siska, the guy. John Mahama no bopra. Tibibia John Mahama ne no is for you and it's for me. But because of Amanyo Semon Kitinkete, the same woman who say Kufa the time, ne neme thing. Eti almost a moon to me. And for allowances be my allowances into man cost strike. The same woman, I never cost strike. I about tape. Satam one cost strike. 1 year demonstration, one cost strike. Democrat don't me about strike, one cost strike. But another John Mahama name Harry. It's a faina more cost strike. Look, my comedy area. My mama suggestion. One more almost one month Juman. 1 month treffi. Your nurses and midwives will pray every school so many years. This is the time to employ those nurses and midwives. These guys who said they will not go to work, let them stay home. And I'm saying that if I was president, I would give them just 24 hours. Because in the first place, National Labour Commission has declared say their strike illegal. So we are just entertaining illegality. We are just entertaining illegality. Why should we even call for retired nurses, retired midwives, when we have a mebruno who school for so many years? What is on your Juman? Oh, go here. No, so by you not if you know, why is it a people are dying, and you go to us. Me accident. So I know how it feels. That don't make you say, none of me accident here. Who will take care of me first? And there are people that Minuka said by now, how many accident? Nurses, will show me first. How are you going to cater for these people? There was one guy, you have no oxygen in car, and you are entertaining this nonsense as a country. No, so the person should get how he. Nurses fly what fear no more for Mushem, no more Juma. I don't know, Macau. Kwame, His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama. You see, 24 hours, port services, Juma. John Dramani Mahama can was him. We latest Abba Yedichel. His Excellency the President. I can't was him say, Enche, you have started 24-hour port. Ma menti went through on briefly. Me no can say Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Commander Boham Abba. Ma can't just say Nepo Kuliste on Suba Bekamesa. Menti went through briefly. Ansah ne share your come to trainers. And this one, I want to speak to the 1 cedi levy. The 1 cedi levy. Me pacho team. John Dramani Mahama. Ebeji amamwa na ewu. Listen to me. John Dramani Mahama. Ebeji amamwa na ewu. It was as if say MPP no ma set a trap. Ama John Dramani Mahama amamu say Achana 6 months as amamu no collapse. That is the kind of government that John Dramani Mahama inherited. It was a government in comatose. Apart from that, John Dramani Mahama abaji amamua na eka adokuruwam no enya Ghana sikapuduomu aya America sikapuduomu. Me pesa say Ghana sikakitin di anke wet mama deji, but na billions of dollars and then car. So for instance, your energy has $3.1 billion. And only just that. And only just that, $3.1 billion. Is the energy? Scan about from TIE. Yeah, the cover 70 billion. That is the kind of economy John Dramani Mahama ebe inherited. When him say not debt to GDP, almost take over now 70%. Me no can say a confirm. They are hoping say by the close of the year, it will be 50 to 52%. Yes, that's the growth of the economy. Now, my main credit here near Ninkomwe. Send a top petrol 16 Ghana cedis. Na se ato force mutimi force ye. Mene ye top petrol in some stations 11 Ghana cedis. Chere se wo odra benino. Wo private man wakoto fuel no. Ato forcing ni esiama mu adwuma pa ma yenti. What me anya extra 5 cedis. Woni me ntia anka abato fuel no 16 cedis. But adwuma mu yenti na auto fuel no 11 cedis. Enti anya 5 cedis. Ato forcing say sa 5 cedis no me sraw. E ka dokoro yen. Eni sika yenti mi nya ento fuel. Empower your generators no. Che me mu 1 cedi pe. Tio. Na me mamu nkania enyina so da. MPP4 every yakutukunu. Amambo for say. Ana to force say. 1 Ghana cedi na wo de mame no. Enye se eba be change bibi o. Increase price no. The same price na wo to at the pumps no. Price na be hu. Nemom e bia na se nya win for be say bia fan wo bi ko fan wo se ne to na mano no. Price ne so tia sebi sanka e bia 30 pesos ana ye de bete so na wanya ahota sa 30 pesos no ye ka bom na e bia menya be 90 pesos bia metin what ho ana ye fa se 1 cedi a metin what ho no mukosi se kai ye betimi atua na nya bi nso atofu anka boni be ne wo Kwame I command that na sinti nya no last me say ne Kwame picture bia na do dan kwa kufu adom increase a fan without parliamentary approval. Increase diesel, increase petrol. About 73 pesos for petrol, and I think 75 pesos for diesel without parliamentary approval. Because in 2015, we established a SRS lado. Now 20%, I beg your pardon, 20 pesos. And that's how much ya. Ma'am said, driver for anybody call court near there. I'm a court boy say. Yedi kan tua energy recovery debt levy. It had the energy sector levy. But because at the time John Dramani Mahama Munomu didn't come up, said because of the debt asado yen. Now in 2021, and Tiasebebum ama a 20 year abewe. Now Nakufad mu taking over and increasing by 75 pesos for diesel and 73 pesos for petrol. 80 na Ghana phone enumpo wanka ntira utuae John Dramani Mahama ide we free ni pem ka kire mame adenti ne yesa and commander hanti na memfa no nsi but maybe in the coming days ye benya proper time na ya chire eniema no ne ya chire eniema no ma ye twa ho se ne ye ba Bibian Twin
I think so now.
Okay.
I think now what you may be you. I think so now what you may be you.
Me bacho when you mame. Kwame. Okay. Maybe in the next one. Na me person go show picture no. Yeah. Na person show picture. Okay. Eti mommy and Komra, ye ba. Na ya shan ko mo twa na se prekope. Yeah.
Hello Ghana for TDC Ghana Limited SSM. Eyo hu dontia ye bie ye 24-hour call center. Ya name phone. Na ye crowd so mbetio. Enti abre bia no. Wotime frɛ emfa ho ene se adeasa. Eya no wetwa call ni yetimi aboa. Se ye so wasene amwanyini ne asanso aboa o ye enti no. Yanso ye behia wo moa. Tia grand rent no ene ento boana wo de maye no eno be maye dwumadi a ye die no eno so betimi akọ enkan ne ya yele yie yenka mom ne matema enyine ento boan kakran no eno be boa ya brebia eninti free ewo 03032027731 anase 05969 14432 anaa mpo sɛ 0504895 TDC Ghana Limited, the leader in the real estate business.
Give us pay capsules. A memory. Manum bia ye benamua. Kani metutu ya na minkuma bua. Sese die. Betu esa kum menia G. Give us pay capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules ozwe. E man meme nyina akoko yade. Sisi yade amamanya yem timotete womono. Yedru no. Manum bi amama de me ho. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh yeah. Hey. Give us no. Amen. Papa. Give us P capsules. And men what if you do what you do kron efa. Give us core capsules. A pin for a batter one more menu for one quadawin if you do me nunca home. Our drugstore beer motiphone call. Give us Herbal Center, Teshi Mobile, and a Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050 68
FD Ashusha Sa Ejedi and Kratoimu Adia to Muse Ey.
Na how?
Mejosu.
Me pacho momo.
Deposit and withdrawal.
Withdrawal.
It's all withdrawal, we dear. Pacho saying.
Me pacho 500 Ghana.
You, well, I'll cash out.
Me pacho I.
A fable number, no mammy why.
02417.
Approve why?
Me pacho agent's name me pesca baby to Crime Ventures.
Also implementing a game-changing strategy, the 24-hour economy initiative, to unlock Ghana's productive potential across all sectors. And I'm pleased to announce that on July 1st, the 24-hour initiative policy will be ready to go into operation. This policy will provide the framework for continuous production, processing, and logistics in horticulture. It allows perishable goods like pineapples, mangoes, chilies, and herbs to move swiftly from the field to ports to international shelves, minimizing losses and maximizing value. And I'm pleased to inform you that the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness and Industry and the Ministry of Transport are working together with the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, the Ghana Shippers Council, and other stakeholders to soon declare the Tema and Takoradi ports as 24-hour ports. We're also implementing a game-changing strategy, the 24-hour economy initiative, to unlock Ghana's productive potential across all sectors. And I'm pleased to announce that on July 1st, the 24-hour initiative policy will be ready to go into operation. This policy will provide the framework for continuous production, processing, and logistics in horticulture. It allows perishable goods like pineapples, mangoes, chilies, and herbs to move swiftly from the field to ports to international shelves, minimizing losses and maximizing value. And I'm pleased to inform you that the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness and Industry and the Ministry of Transport are working together with the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, the Ghana Shippers Council, and other stakeholders to soon declare the Tema and Takoradi ports as 24-hour ports. We're also implementing a game-changing strategy, the 24-hour economy initiative, to unlock Ghana's productive potential across all sectors. And I'm pleased to announce that on July 1st, the 24-hour initiative policy will be ready to go into operation. This policy will provide the framework for continuous production, processing, and logistics in horticulture. It allows perishable goods like pineapples, mangoes, chilies, and herbs to move swiftly from the field to ports to international shelves, minimizing losses and maximizing value. And I'm pleased to inform you that the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness and Industry and the Ministry of Transport are working together with the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, the Ghana Shippers Council, and other stakeholders to soon declare the Tema and Takoradi ports
as 24-hour ports. We're also implementing a game-changing strategy, the 24-hour economy initiative, to unlock Ghana's productive potential across all sectors. And I'm pleased to announce that on July 1st, the 24-hour
container 74, Mr. Sir, Bills microcredits, and repam, a video who are dance here, Jory J reality, for Flora Kids, Flora Kids, baby diaper. Say no one, I will phone in Ubia here. I think so. Go TV, so I de, Tia can for Go TV. I'm out and AVA, Pussy, Nina Druno, in boost Heba Mixture. Yeah, number 1 immune booster. Sounds so na MTN, say, or from Tangana to the Bura, Shobia, na any pa MTN woman. Ubit me, I enjoy Nini na. Give us P capsules, give us cool capsules, give us herbal mixture, give us GC mixture and capsules. And so you nupa check me boom. Sounds so na a year BioBlast disinfectant and BioBlast heavy duty cleaner. Say a microphone kitchen, me on bedroom, ho. Minana see a duo Pienia Saho. I'm on my camera. Na me kono me can say before a year some percentage be but of asa document to some na introduce commander document be a chere say na na dan kwa kufado mu ansa no mbe kono there was increment of petrol and diesel on fan parliament but you know na ye dia to see nti bra behwe nti obehwe ha na mu a gas oil no say gas oil gasoline and now they have diesel 0.93 pesos and we 0.95 pesos into what was a new rate from 9 June until 2025 no sanka 241 cedi be ka ho that is a 1 cedi 93 pesos for petrol now 1 cedi 95 pesos for petrol now 93 pesos 1 cedi for diesel. Now we know they did it without parliamentary approval, and it's because, like I said, almost passes energy sector level. Now 20 pesos and more charge, and a double for the big court man. Almost say energy recovery levy debt to that. And we know a double tax and a court the rule in their favor. Dear Munum Dinkomo, Mintia, it was say it piano boa. Almost 7 to 2021. I could for Dubai. And yet, in opposition, who are the cassette you or buy a pen to increase here? Now, maybe say, O man can't remununti, and omini papa na. We dear what catch them, and yet a canon of Bogu, but on Peso better do so. Kwabena, Bobie, Ansah. Dodo noa, Efreno, Commander Boham. Mampon this year, Okoyen and a ye, not saying. A fidya. Yura and Yako Ekra, Radinfanekra is one of the few Ahimfua women. The castle hay near dear. The castle hay, Sabi, when you phone him, you found some food for a feature. Point here, when you're baby con win him, he's one of them. And we salute him, baby Bia will be and Asante 4 year money. One thing I think that I see the prisoners and the 4 year how. Oma kura amamre bisine. Penny force out town kudra be in America. Look, Masa. Commander, na mitifi na say at me share me motive station, but me share winning na. Hey! When you baby finance you.
Yeah, dear. Yeah, you could do. Yeah, Krumano. Yeah, you're welcome to don't know why Russian folk frame I could do Yawada. Yawada enyumre na yedodo no awo. Okay. We say yeah you free ho na yeah abrutufo. On say man pon kro no ye brutu. Yeah, brutu. Nti ekwaku bia no obia line a wodim. Ba na yeso obia kodu no ko ne kura na ɔde ɔmo akɔkyerɛ ansa na waba mamponkrom meka wakura a ɔsɛ yɛwɔ kyirimfaso daman kofi ase dade ase ɛne nkurutu ahodoɔ a atwa yɛn ho ahyia no obi a ɔwɔ mampo biara wɔ akura ne nananom bɛsoɛ yɛ nti yɛkɔduru yɛwada anwummerɛ yɛkɔ akura yɛ ho kɔkyerɛ yɛ ansa na yɛsi aba kurom nti ntutuiɛ no hyɛ aseɛ fiada in fact yɛduru ɛwɔ yɛwada no ne nipa a apu ba kuro no mu no yɛnim sɛ yɛbɛnya tough time me kura ɛhene ɔna na ɛyɛ head of protocol kyimfaso hene ɔna na ɛyɛ head of protocol ti nneɛma no bi wɔ hɔ a na ɔne me di ho nkɔmmɔ ɛfisɛ yɛawada no kɔduruiɛ no ana mewɔ yɛ ahemfie akura ahemfie nti kɔdidi nkɔmmɔ a even to get stickers for baabi sɛ wobɛnya sticker yɛ a wode bɛpake wo kaa ne very difficult
because wohwɛ wɔ tv so a nipa no dɔɔso
ɛyɛ asɛm
nipa no dɔɔso
nti ɛfiada yɛpem so biara memenda anwummerɛ ɛna yɛte nkra from yɛwura otumfoɔ sɛ adwada asase no bɛwo so nti obiara nyina yie kwasi ada no memenda no kwasi ada no deɛ na kyerɛ sɛ akɔyɛ ahɔho a wɔmbɛkyia
na kuro no mu so ɛfɛ na kuro no mu ɛfɛ ɛsɛ yɛhwɛ tv no mu ɛfɛ
ɔmo te kuro no mu papa
na kuro no mu ɛfɛ commander
nti adwada no deɛ menyɛ sure sɛ adwada no gye sɛ bi ahɔhoɔ mamponi a ɔyɛ mamponi bi anu a meyɛ sure sɛ wɔde aduane ka na no mampokuro no yɛwura yɛayɛ som no ɔntae nwura kuro no mu saa nti sɛ ada a ɔbɛka sɛ ɛna ɔn sɛ mampɔn nka ntete no bɛpem nnɛ saa na nhyehyɛeɛ no teɛ yɛne ɛyɛ second in command sɛ asante kɔ ako a asante mampɔnfoɔ na ɛlidi yɛne ɛkyerɛ weinum bɛfa ha weinum bɛfa ha weinum bɛgyina ha weinum bɛfa ha ansa na
ɔnatu
wo nua no yɛne wode abɔ so nti adwada no a otumfoɔ ba no me no ne manya akwanya kakra nti na yɛwura kofi buakye ne me akasa because at the same day no ana president so ɛba nti ne yɛnim sɛ kuro no mu
that was the same day Akufo Dubai
yes
okay Kufo ba two ni nyina
yes Kufo ba two
manpanyin Kufo ba first and second
second ni nyina ti adwada no deɛ sɛ wonni abɛtire a wode bɛpiepie nnipa no bi a na wapɛ baabi agyina because adeɛ a na ɛkɔ so no na ɛdere akɔnfo a wɔn baayɛ ebi tumi si woni mampɔn yie
mini mampɔn but
ɔsɛ new road no a
new road
no woni new road very good
mini new road
ebi tumi si
na ɔhene na wɔ da ho no wawu na me papa
da ho
na me papa da ho nti ɛyɛ na yɛ kɔ ne adeɛ
ultra hospital
ai nti because wo sɛ da ho so deɛ kwa nti yɛ kɔfa town mampɔn deɛ na yɛ kɔfa emu nso afɛ
ebi akɔnfo no bi tumi si wɔ new road
ya new road
no ɔmo de akɔm no ɛba
emu wa o
hwɛ na wɔn so suman wɔn a wɔn kura wɔn ɛboɔ adanta yɛn nuanom nam dɔm na frafrafoɔ bɛkyerɛ dɔ frafra ne kanjagafoɔ yɛ wɔn yɛ yie no sɛbi esrem akonnwa kɛseɛ biara ni hɔ a ama mampɔ
sɛ no kyerɛ twakan kɛseɛ a
yɛn nuanom gonjafoɔ ba mampurusifoɔ ba kusasifoɔ ba nandɔm deɛ wɔn deɛ wɔn interact
narelugu
wɔn nyinara obiara ni hɔ a wɔtra wɔn a n'akonnwa tena esirem ɛna anɔdwo ada wɔn nyinaa bɛwura amampɔ ebi wɔ hɔ de nante ne free post office
ayi ya
na wɔn de bɛwura mu edwa kɛseɛ no mu ɛde aba ɛyɛ botaase anim na wonim asɛm wɔn a
dabi
ɛbɔ bɛyɛ nonum nonsia na ɛyɛ silent communication sɛ ayere so a na ɔtwe ɛyɛ sɛ obi awura dɛm
wowura hɔ atena wɛ
me kofi kejetia lawyer
ai
Uza on a dimechi.
Okay. Uza. Real. Oh, okay. Meaning that.
Coffee.
Wow.
4 days in I will feel back. Enti Monday a bob 7:59. Na ye awo no aye do mo buy na see mom nyina akose dem. But a bob 8 o'clock no. Eniema na ekoso no na nka teku se. Mema.
Yeah.
E kroma for dem ba e yenko dem.
Yenko dem. Abua bi aka wo.
Unhwa no ma ba.
Eh, fena nam kusum be koso.
Bob 8:20 omu doom light. The whole town.
Yeah. Kroma you.
A call off ye kroma for bia to ni prum. Share dem di pepe na so omo de na nakobam if say yedini ye bam no e wo botas for bam
okay
won say ahinase for abunwa no wo mo de e na obi babri for so wo ho
okay
e na professor Akosa no so e wo ho ti no o no do ne be ko botas bam ye no just o cross it from ahimfie no
mampona nka say ni ne bam
on say ye omo
wo okay
oh
okay
omuwo however gate bia e wo said osie
very well
ni this year o ti ase we know apart from say that's be mampon hene no osai eye botase for dia
edia efu so de ne wono no oje
osai botase for dia most of the decisions ni bi wo ha
botase will take
botase for no be omo na be take those decisions
that's right
and omo nya bone
eh so omo this year body be
wa me di hine no a enga se bi owu anka na be si
omo this year
so bone bia ni but yeah ho no that's how it is
great
in fact mama fa akonwa nsuna me nua me ye na omanfo ase ahohwo obu o ma mamponda papa bia me ni si aye enyo bia na invite no
ono ano bai
enyo bia na invite no onimo bia he just drove to the town no pay baby die and wonam mu bi
in fact those 2 days Ghana life nyina kudi mampo
yes
because say life like enkwa ewo town
yes oh me pray baya omo be hwe de mamponfo be ye na ye tia fom
and also historically so bebre ho a omo hu bi da so him ponza say
yes on say ye no be ye over 60-70 years or 80 years plus I have a document to do ya hiri bia ni wa watena so akonya so wawu akonya so da
okay nti ni dikai
ni
aha akom ne nchire mu no count na
ya find say be ye 2-3 okay be 2 generations ni
okay
di dikai ni
wow
nti even
man say ya no so
emre wa no ma di mfie diokron maame bia omo so ne nsade ne bae or 90 years
okay
oso ono de ye nana no mo tena so ye tu wo mo ne ohun bi na se bia wu akonya no so no ohun da to de nyame asesa ato no
na obehwe
se wo hunu say for the first time ampon ye wura bi ewu ewo
abɛnwa so
abɛka abakɔsɛm
ho na ɛyɛ sentiment so de every say Unia when you nkira bonti na mampahensem eba enya better o enya better na mampahensem no se yantimi ansom ye petimi destabilize the whole region because mampon ye one of the strong pillars Emma Asante
so that be said so you mention mampon
intino yeah generation we know though yamfa wuo enhoho ye ho but now
facha me bacho uba Facebook a ye de yewura emfoni ato ye de mesrew monya sesa ne ye nya akuape mampon
what you talk about
Asante mampon mesrew enti monya ayi ni yi mame
so
okay so facha me I think that me na my mistake no we akuape mampon months with Asante mampon
but so many ohine nko
so we betimanya ohine nko picture
na
omoya ohine nko picture man eti mpacho we betimanya de kan behwe yewura na da we
so yeah generation we are yet ase no we feel say we are blessed say for the past 25 years 26 years we have peace yewura da sebre transo no on your from ye na anti so by media from where I sit and then come and then penny for the no I know sabe ye ka ya bakosem wa santimu atre ahemfo ma traso se otumfo akonwa no ma traso so wa santi akonwa no ma traso a omdi nimidie abu oman no a nana say tutuwe oka ho so I strongly believe
wakron Asante
wakron minim say mampon this say the next step and say you be you ohine and from what I'm hearing it will be very peaceful very calm yeah ti asemase
that's right
very and I say be mampon for any abie obie ni adaje a okakọ pare abo na debi
omanya ohine enko anfoni no ntimbacho afei and I think that picture you should manya picture papa
yeah da mo ase
kama ntimbacho mo mahwe mu amunni mo ohine no yeah do ohine picture to
da mo ase so say na America no menim say said ye yewura ja kuro no achi din boko in fact otu anywhere hu ye duru kromo ya wada no na ya ne security for the dim komo because some of us now were afraid say ni pabone for beba be fam
and ni padoso
omo beba be ye niama but look yeah until one incident not even obiari amifu
but the security is what town
they were there
because all the couples were at Mampo
they were there
it was rather steady
they were there but on say maybe there honey a woman titi mintimi lumbu ufa usia so some of us now were scared say one shot a month for the baby no but minia mercy even so be a hold will be grand tokwa
nti uka say ye de eyi no so video not ho
not one
nti ubetimi abehwe na
otu not one say me for a year oh na hotels are any guest house around for the year no obo party car so abonte esamosa obi akoda obi e ma ho
awre ho ba na nika
en America no say yemfa wuo enhohoa ye ho enso so ye generation we no ye nuanom onse kasi kwasem for di adom FM so no so free mampo
oh okay
akwasi sia so free mampo
okay
akwasi sia adom
FM
omo nyina mampo na sa e manifest tachu ba no
o so free mampo okay
sa tachu na ire no free ya sa mampo ono so free mampo
ana yi kwam na Bobie Ansah so free mampo
ayi family
otonyumi
ono so free mampo ono so free mampo ono de oya wo no
wow
family dina samwa
my mampo on this year Diana.
Ofri Mampo Newtown.
Wow. Hey, my producer in Grupo.
Bebre, Ajagraja, Mamponi Ono.
Ajagraja Mamponi.
Ajagraja Mamponi or Papa baby, or Papa, baby Susu, sorry, our Mampo Kumo. So, or Papa Susu, sorry, Sassi, Mampo, make me a child Susu, sorry, baby, or Ghana, Sassi. Nasa, Adrasa for. Omo to so be a fiat.
Oh, Mampo.
What Kwabena school, international school, Adrasa for.
Wow.
And I saw our Papa. Chris Asafo. All team free Mampong.
I want to free.
Yes. I don't need Apostle Joseph Bessia interview.
Wow.
Mampong station and over watching near Sata near Susa, and you may almost watching in and Nancy Futru near working Apostle Joseph. No, I a Kels.
Aye, Jerry cares anyway.
I'm actually the day. Mampong no one ma baby you know son wo free wo yemia honorable Jinapo energy minister onu onu aketwa Mampong ya wo mo.
Wow.
Yes
ya wo baby so afri ho
omo papa bai oba ye we
Jinapo papa bai
Okay. Eunice Atakrama eya wo woni Kwame Dinkranam say so Paul
Dinkra
Kwame Eunice Atakrama ofri mampo selfie no mu ne wo no.
Wow.
What do Eunice Atakrama ni ampon yende metimi abubbo bebre metimi abubbo bebre metimi abubbo kenya tia lawyer nkitimi nua me na ketwa
say na o kan ni
yemia na ne tie na nanche ye na da Roma no clinic ye mampo na sa time ye nkwa na mi na nkwa na doctor wa be private hospital ye ka general hospital ho
okay
eni number of foreign friend wa da Roma
okay
na e ka ho ntiri wo bo na da Roma clinic pe obi ani. What do I say? So I think say baby I do no akoya nikasem amenya ya revise on but ya bada obi ase
great
otu munyina mo ahoden mo mpai bo
great
ya mo de tie achi
great
ya da obi ase Ghana mampani ya da na se yewura kofo baaye ekufo ado baaye Dr. Bawumia
baaye
ya baaye ya do munyina ase
edi ndi ontimi bo Ghana was at mambo
ontimi mo say Obia fanya politics.
Dabi. I see Binkiti, I was there.
Obia.
Julius Debra, all of them.
Obia. Your friend Kodiano Mone.
MPs, ministers.
Obia.
I mean, it was beautiful.
Yeah, the woman has.
It was beautiful. Okay.
Etimenia, Yasida.
Yabeka Ejagumana.
Yeah.
Yeah, heard your topics now.
Oti, Otu, Mr. Mamenti Winflu. It is a say. One did some George attempt about a year data bundle. Say some say.
If you say about from the one abaso. About from the say so.
You see, some or two sometimes ye unicorn. And ye many boa now to 2 years. I'm not saying say be a sycophant.
Yeah.
I'm not saying say be a sycophant.
Yeah.
But me the question ma ye young crofo no. The way omutimi ema MPP for BT womo. Then they swear them. Okay. Then they start insulting their own.
Yeah.
They should be careful. And some judge and I okay say a data boarding
na agenda boaten oba obete so mba be say and now to look yeah na ya na me blame wo mo wo so adwuma John Mahama any NDC aye otu January 7th to February 7th 1 month. February 7th to March 7th 2 months. March 7th to April 7th 3 months. April 7th to May 7th 4. 7th June year me 5. And no 5. That is the Oshima technically in do 6 months. Debbie. In fact, we calculation you have because me cry me all along me calculating in 6 months. You see? Yeah. You see? Yes, one in on the 7th of January. And until see about you don't have power to do anything. That's right. Every decision after 7th December, the autism one will lose. That's right. Then we go through transition. Ansah near the Aba. Some judge only in the month there, February. February, no February. February, right? February. Me refer particular day. Particular day. Year vetting. In I think March. March no confirm. Yeah. In the Sam George Bar office, March, April, May. There was 2 months, 2 weeks in. What a 3 months. What that's 3 months. What a 3 months. When MPP started insulting Sam George, now your microphone be assumed. Almost di atem. But obi akure na adwene obi ase. Enti ebi ase no wo nyansa no afa. No bi so afa. But you see, it's sad. So why do you more ha? At the MPP, look, MPP are very good with propaganda. So want to be sure Crawford, my young Crawford credit some Georgia. Some of them I spoke to them behind. So Charlie, give the guy some chance. Yet Kroma Akufo-Addo were winning 2016. 1 year, not this year for continuing 1 year, true or false? 1 year anymore, Kroma. 1 year. Okay, Roman catchers almost settled down, almost settled year. 1 year, now Akufo-Addo Kuzu catchers almost settled year. You have a full machinery. You have full machinery. No, you 125 ministers with their deputies, with their personal assistants. Sam George or a deputy? I'm not too sure. Some minimum deputy. Sam George or a deputy? Minimum deputy. Only deputy. You can see that he's overstretched. Nyankese deputation on one. Because the president decided, he said, look, to me, spend this car. Appointees be bring home. Abra or mining needs. That's right. Wisdom. It was a year communication ministry. Why me check me? As la na me deputies here say, me PS here say check it. Boy, I be who fight. That's not about deputy two deputies. No, 2 deputies, right? Yes. Communications. Now, Omodi did some Georgia attempts. Then I'm like, oh, Charlie. Some of our colleagues, me Frebi, actually. Okay, no, Commander. Yeah, to send people front now. But you see, yes, as much as we don't want to behave like MPP media people, then again, you must be careful that you don't throw away the baby with the friend say, bathing water ya or the Kolano. You need to be careful that you don't do it. Yes, we agree that you have to be Pampa, John Mahama appointees. However, we don't need to do things a bit demoralizing or more. And do show technically the achievements at the communication ministry, 3 months within 3 months. Now, sir, and Yama Sam George de buy or two, and usually say just one day you wake up and you just issue something. A process, a negotiations. You need to talk. Sam George on seat a telecos via. And you'll be there in a Juma. Now, facilitate. The previous administration, Enti, all reset, you see, to reset something, and you better.
What's say from scratch?
Also, say idea, and yet, but all year, very difficult. Say, Mimia, your castle, you young condemn a studio ha. Oh,
flat cry.
Only 5 minutes. Shoe pong,
a very flat cry.
Would near Piaway, net the hot gra.
Opa me and try.
And you quite try. We did 5 minutes, you baby. Never. But the same two people. You catch her, say, Yem, Nemania Bubuno. Yem building a back.
A bed.
It will take us centuries.
A bed. Well, common sense analysis now.
Hey, common sense.
Yeah. So, what you wouldn't send your mom here, see near Kwabena.
It's simple.
Say, yes, say no. You best say no, but Obi say or best say she said for fra. Who is saying?
What you have see you said in your area, no? And you remember you when you free war. And what got to mono buy time I'll bet you the assessment on crown to say time I'll say no.
That's right.
Technicians, lay wires, ADS radio station. Ask them studio how many days, how many weeks. Into your can't reset her. The reset doesn't mean something overnight. You bet that at you not a see. But NDC for no no makoka ya no for no. No mama ya no for no ABT woman. No. The this and George attempts I'm saying Obi a yesu ni in the bay. Na nipa no kra na ono ko send ade so. Yes, 7 February. 7 February. 7 February. Okay, February, March, April.
And that's swearing in.
May.
It's still in
3 months. Daniel, what you swear in January.
May.
8 years.
After 3 months.
8 years, near until
but how do you even expect it will be the 4 month crowd have a turnaround?
Yes. But all of a sudden, John Mahama and in the appointed in for 4 months, 5 months, and you be beer.
It's not also because Yanya Abanya a lazy over time. Abia Benya Banya, why are you meant to you're going to say, I think so.
I want to come into a wing. Yeah. Now, Ghana from will say, John Mahama, His Excellency in the team. In fact, Ghana is in the hands of a competent driver. Exercise na kwaya, kajabum, yangwa, onse, bakunu kremuno, na mafwa ye seki. Wadika na bramnemu, pimidia, na uda, mwenye de medemo bako, mwenye de yabako. When John Mahama picked the car, or the call, within car no size no or the aqua within 1 week now JMI year body works in area. Julius Debranum the filler assistance is a whole na Professor Jena no procunum the paint yaba now Omako pet a year ties mono at the Abessasia or Mamma and shocks some mono absorb some mono Wama you break pad never the mono Ababessa ya yin kunya tan tino Edim kunya utrema comfortable as a sicker within 1 week. Hey, God got to ya near Timu and Fiam what you are not carry Obikaye Adroga not a himi Kayini Jam Tremwa or Sparky here the kind of sea quasso. After the beard smooth ride a cop. And the amount when the better oh, Tiasu cry. Ah, they go speed the uncle. Ah, we are trying here. Young boy. Yanama Casana Dawson. And this and within 4 months, 5, we are doing first quarter. Economic report, the indices. Now, Ghana economy will grow by 5.3% compared to 5.3%. Yeah, compared to 2024 first quarter. Wow. Where MPP after 8 years still they were doing below 4.5.
and you want to ask me na 5.3 na ebe dey 5.3 no sunsanso na uhu no 5.3 no sunsanso and uhu no around us everywhere. Meaning say this a human institution will be a mistake. But I mean within 5 months, Ghana near would tell me, young cannot pray. Young cannot pray.
Okay, Commander, and producers now human as at February 2025. President transfer
January 7,
2024. I see 2 deputies for communications.
Ansah Diana Wokan.
Digitalization Ghana. Ansah Diana. Honorable Amma Puma Boating and Mr. Charles Champo. You want any deputies?
Only deputies Emma Ansah.
Yes.
We're proud
now. So much the idea actually.
We're proud of Omupie
party.
Omupie is in my you.
God, yeah, never no.
And can you beat? Don't worry. Hey, Yanukrano, am I you?
Omupie in my. Hey, your personal assistant to the personal assistant of the minister.
Yes. So, your best. Now, Yamra substantive matter.
Very well. Very well. Oceans every.
You know, nurses.
Nurses. Okay.
Otu. My 2 NDC 4.
Oh, we are so best. 1 city living.
Oh, my call.
Okay. All right.
Me 2 NDC 4. Me didn't have that because you see, no essay can turn back.
Okay. Okay.
Now, me 2 NDC 4.
Okay.
Me can NDC, me 2 NDC are buying. Me can this a presidency. You best say more. Oh, some of them, some of the issues you know we discussing no. Were behind closed doors. But again, we should let the public know that some of the issues here so that it won't be like I mean, Yasum Fasobia and they don't even have watchdogs. Yeah, almost okay. They do. Me nua jirapo. Sabe, me ma huru me nua e wo begam.
Okay.
Ne ya from so. Ya from so. Oh, we are say aye buy. But wow, me nua kasa. Bibi ni na senya. I send him even sabe ye penny pa chief of staff. Oh, ne mo dia. Me to send no. Message say chief adewei. Mama yen fanfa.
Okay.
Me honorable Felix Kwachi Ofusu Oba Abusano on countless occasions. Sometimes while now my prompt to say minia baby I didn't kick kono. In fact, ada almost this 1 CD levy no buy no. So honorable to force in the back. I didn't pay that you know and I'm sending the message say now I'm senior comrade. I didn't pay you.
Timing.
Me sending no.
Everything is timing.
Me sending no. Most of because omoye sabe I buy penny for me Bobie say no. I've been in most of them from 2008. Now you dear brache. We have been together as a family, and so sometimes you talk to them as a family, but sometimes you need to talk about issues in public. So yeah, everybody will set up, and I think the NDC government must set up. They are doing well, but they need strategy to govern. We are buying now we need for or thinkers. Make up thinkers make up how to strategize. People who can read the weather. People who can read to know say okay idea we ya de say yeah in fact one here ube wi ase no asantefo o kasa bi ya se en fa hwempo aduro entar pompo so wuti ya o ya na wo nom sabe emoto mu aduro
senko
enko so now aka media me catch them say they should get 2, 3, 4 member team. They are very good in strategizing.
Okay.
And I think Ajuma we Mummy and Kanokre, a national security Ajuma. They should brief. I think say the 57% no. I haven't spoken to them on that.
57%.
But the 57% resource name this in
Okay.
The Abino and our president's nephew say so.
Like I did it to them.
Goodwill no.
Oh, that's the goodwill I say.
Goodwill I say. You only build on it, especially when you are doing so well.
Yeah.
That under the Fourth Republic, Abaya in the first quarter, even the opposition who the Obeka
was shaky.
And say perform well say. Now I found Untuma Umira Fitase. Now I would the assume.
And you made it so.
And you're the end of
the soup.
Who are not on Sako Bomb, now they assume. What are you doing? How plead? Yes, you're no more Kasawa today. Now why we offer them their and yes, mom suggestion they don't take. That one. Jinapo, any other friends I have in the government. Oh, prompting no afro. Oh, commander, okay, all right, okay, Hano. And say you better. Jinapo especially. So when people talk about Jinapo, like Jinapo, Ayobia, Untiasema, I'm like, who knew Jinapo? You don't know him. Who knew him? Just shut up. If you soon answer what time waka, say personal issues waka. Don't talk rubbish.
It's a personal vendetta.
Yeah, say personal issues are. Just deal with it, but don't talk rubbish. You understand? And Makano, the issues, no, they are doing well. But NDC should take keen interest in strategizing, in their communication, and in propagating. Also, Ghana and Waka propaganda, a young crowd for say negative something. You need to know how to propagate your achievements.
That's right.
So they should take keen interest. They should read the people.
But is it not also because I'm passing on the certificate of agency?
Yeah, because they couldn't read the body language of the people.
And can we create also that tested waters?
No, what stops you from engaging Ghanaians? Yeah, bro. So if we are buying what the fuel every 16 per liter. Am I right?
Yes, 16.
Am I right?
You're right.
Watch no a bit on 10, a bit on 11. You know so?
Yeah, you 11 grab.
Yes, I mean you 11.
Yeah.
Watch no by 11.
To watch a 5.
Watch a 5. And it's here you pick dollar from say 17.
16.
16 years old 16.
Yeah, 16.
Watch no one also be brew a bit 10.
Watch the baby a free day equal 20 you know.
Went
to the for the system.
For the 4 Watch now that be brew 10.
9.
10 9.
No, hold on.
So 11.
No, me bacho 10 and 9.
Oh, don't worry. You're 11. Oh, you're 11.
Yeah. There be no 10 2. The dollar rate.
What do you What do you
10 2. 10 2. 10 2. Fatoso.
What should I be doing? Who you know? What's in Mebnu? Me, John Mahama, my administration. I don't see why you send money and now Obi at it. Meanwhile, we are promoting electronic transaction. And e-levy.
Commander, you're turning to
Martin, me who say, your mama who here power. So e-levy may year free. Yes, sir. Emission tax. And yet, car for and I never want to say, I
say, we see tax.
And we see tax, emission tax. And I debut. And a betting tax. No one. Me wa ya so way time on yema e take shape no the whole country obi an country obi so obi antin yema so
commander was say my phone so price and then what
yeah my
okay
When the Buffer and more was them the more edge say Mateso. When the Buffer macaroni was them the say Mateso. When the Buffer oil was them the so you can see that about for near J. And if Sir Open so do 1 CD, a babeto. And yes, I wonder about you. The energy levy was introduced by the MPP in 2022, right? 2022 or 20.
The sector levy now. No, you are talking about the recovery. I know your recovery no. Who said your energy recovery levy? But 2015 the GMO the energy sector levy, 2015. But I think that there was some energy recovery debt levy.
No, but we know, MPP before the call, I think I'm saying.
I'm reviewing.
Yes,
I'm reviewing. Yeah, I'm a bit too about 73 pesos.
Yeah,
75 pesos.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm saying 20%.
Yeah.
And
net 20%. And I'm increasing.
Okay.
Yeah, but
so
that's true.
Idea a what that. And he said, what they call 1 CD. Engagement. What Fred Drivers Union? Union. They say Nyamiado motor fuel at this price. Baby, I do no. You perceive a solve problem be. Na problem no. Say you bit to solve it. Minya, every rational human being.
But also.
What the next last casting with who we are? What friend market woman? Mama, mummy and kakra. Mama, say. Nyamiado, and Yama walk off from Lord Fair Coffom, and he say. Now, Mama, me pass and can we know? Yeah, the way no air bananka, a bad boy and cry at the bar. No, I can't tell almost. And to only figure out what the team will be to me, Nadano. What free a friend say, a profana or more guta. Who we are engaged even a year education unions.
And Central 4.
And then one more, these are stakeholders.
Now, Commander, can't we even use our 180 something ministers through town hall meetings? Town hall meetings. Free SHS here pass it. Kesenia Papa, New Gavin, Papa, MP, Nimudu. No, South, I know, New Gavin. What's the Befi? Okay, I can say, when Trey Levia, you can't free SHS or educating, and nobody levy.
So, would you say 1% because you be no politics crown? You were interested groups be in Ghana here. You call the Muslim Council. Imam Benfo, Wadaruma. Say you. Or call Moscow. On him how to explain it. You call Christian Council. Just engage them. It doesn't take anything away from you. Engage the people. What they are the end of the tour? Obiani asimbiaka. But 57% no. And then that almost. Me ada sa 1% ada PNY. I sent the message to Honorable to forcing. Now say kai. At 2p. Now Honorable baby I'm the fire at 2p. Some few friends I have in government, I told them in their face. But you see, in America, no, Saturday we know, intelligence, and the NI, that's the BNI, and they should help and do these things because even Krano, some 57, every 3 weeks or 1 month, there should be a research for you to know what is happening with whom Crawford mood, what is happening on the grounds, say the amount for Sigri. And unfortunately for us, then we have government appointees at the presidency. One na air treaty. Say I want to be tria. Obi a tria from be tria. Very arrogant. I was like
Ebi soon too for.
Obi
okra ni okra phone on to.
More than 90%.
You understand? Mantia said, me who sound threats no. Mantia said that I'm like, why not to sound for way for? Yeah, they will be in Tiakra, Yebetia. I mean, well, Casabeno. In any case, baby out to know, a Ghana for and a Yesika. A Ghana for the deal Omusika, a Tiauka.
Yes, a bicycle.
And the fool who our presidency one. Sabe a Omumusika. And even if you want people to tweet, you don't use government appointees to come and tweet. Yes. Na Ghana for any break and some now be you should be Edna Akasach Ghana for now Omun never tweet to say yedi betia me who are the measures I am so I don't know bra ni akofankrofobia begum no ma ba be say no
na aketefo
mewa for the 8 years half for the nominal number bia omojo omani
na me kan ye obi say me kan
oh no omutu baabi omojo omani
ontia onim ayamabo no match
last minute ohun say be yie no na no no be jimu nipa na bia ni kunu president ye fine enti obenya baabi ase that's all enti wo wa ye no abese no okọ party no opposition no asaye dwane no okọ tra baabi di na mo do apafo no mo do sa mo be do sa mo do na so onim harvest time onim say I know so and cut here by 3 months na ebo
yeah me say wo no 8 years no aban the san where you were nti obi am
oh so me be wo mo me sada me hu tweet no me send a message your president was no don't allow these people to
exhibit that arrogance.
Don't allow them.
Because in the first place.
Street no you don't need to do that. No, because but when you are met to and this for we so I was the way. Meaning, sir, because most of the ministers now they are engaging people more. They are engaging the media. They are engaging. And I feel oh yeah, but yes, I am glad that at least we have a government in place. When the people are angry, they know and they listen. And nurses, namdi we abaminiaba.
The basa won't try. One city no. Say so simple.
And I make us say.
That be unti Janet.
No, and I make us say with the one city no. Now about for about the TRC. Me tell me I'm on social media 24/7. And me indicators. Me indicators go social media. Tell me me use. And I'm on crophobia or mobile posting on social media. When I see their post, I know. Say, BB, a positive, I know. A negative, I know. Gradually, people are accepting it. I'm saying explanations in Sona Koso, papa. I'm a Krofaba Betiasi say, oh, okay, so this is the situation. Trust me. Even when I went to Bampong, before I made Baba come Ampono, yeah, now for MPP for Libya, almost friend no money Yakasa, because Bampong, the 20 year dim command of Sha. Na say dey we dey issue na mo na bua fam so sa no and I'm so a starting point no and starting point na anko yi but and I make say so be etu na mo na nya you don't need to overflog a dead horse na say we are say na akoda na otan and your time no enti say omo ye mistake ni atwi omo adwene si so that's omo correct the pet. Let's move on.
Commander, I said 2 days ago. Time Amaka say, and that is one thing I love you for. You see, and found senior opa bembiasen. You must be moved by conviction.
Yeah.
Be a Ghana first. What does it? And I buy no sien in DB. You want to say, me will on domie or no cassa say with what let me.
Yeah.
Now, correct. When I'm sure you may say, attention, Ghana Revenue Authority. We, into bracket, most Ghanaians are ready or may be ready to pay the additional 1 cedi fuel levy to help government settle the debts packed by the previous Akufo-Addo government. But I think implementation is too fast.
kindly allow education to further sink down and the downstream pumps to at least adjust their machines relative to the new price before for implementation. Say that I think when you here, the commander can fenya esuade.
Yeah. Maybe and I say
yes.
No, I think so going forward because also issues in Ketenkete nyina na person a kata of achievements no a lack of engagement. Yeah. And the Kofasa nyina beyond that no they are doing fantastic. So good. And I think the one city say now okwa grounds are obi abeti ase say na say me top 16 cedis per liter ene obi de jime 11 cedis wa ma me 5 cedis
say pumps na about 10.99
every liter bia no me the 20 cedis na ekofie into every liter bia me try 1 cedi a 4 cedis still me was 16 cedis friend say 1 gallon.
And a commander, I see a moment here say, one city I'll be tree on the pump price. A windfall Bianca ever banner. You're not theatre.
You're not theatre.
And you know, won't say who
if you are there, a same and yes, a beer. Even if some talk 1 gallon, and I'm getting 16 cities. I will try 16 cities in a baby pa. What you say? And then you take a year macaroni so from 18 cedis to I think 14 cedis. Yeah, no, since last 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
maybe I'm cotton. Some microphone cotton fridge. I'm not so. Best my body in my hand.
No. But you should encourage them so that people will go there and buy.
Oh, but I praise them the other anyway. Cap from.
But
the other time I praise you.
But
from
Mama told me. No, from so behind you so. What do you say? So be young when I say beer speculations. No, next is issue. Meaning, what is the issue? Now, I'm saying, and that what was something in our part, me crank come inside. Say what we are doing. Let NDC understand this. That MPP in opposition, only 2% cry no, only dangerous. Never think so when you are 38% in Tino. No. One, the NDC should understand that MPP party no, Tino or any brave for. The any brave. You can't be brave, Brofne say.
Envy,
the envy. The party was formed based on envy. Why not no more envy? No more envy. Kwame Nkrumah. Eya hoya the MPP party no. The venom in them, whether in government or in opposition, for me dangerous. There's some bitterness in their hearts. That is MPP for you. Who could see how Bafwa Kotonomone or Momakan Kikabomwa or take part on tribal lines. And tribal lines normally take part on the Ahoya soon and a share MPP Nase. So the NDC should understand this. And you can't. And for you can't tell one more, but it seems they don't get it. MPP no, you free mono. One day or time and a tea party no. Or more free north, or more free asante, or more free a chem, or the Ahoya ne kabom no the tea party no. And the NDC should get this. 2024 we know. Otu a MPP for ya pana. A ya bako samo. Omu rem fit da. Eh? Omo lose 2008. Enya omo ya. Even when Edubu at time there no, enya omo ya. Adia ya bako samo MPP rem fit da. A more makuma e bleedy. 2024.
Humiliation is.
And only the MP for your pa. Thank you, John Mahama Kran, come Fanasa.
Okay.
The fact that John Mahama won't go anymore, see a coffee about
so went to me, maybe you.
I bet humiliate to a Musano. And the pain, you never for a woman, you never for a woman. Yeah. You call Kumasia, you know one. Oh, almost to be catcher. I never done for MP Nipa, to all the 12 Dean Commercial, catch them second now. Chale, Koya Modini Pa first, Makuma ain't healing you. I'm not healed. Yana ba me bet say a yena na kumias mo kind as say they are not able to come out from that defeat. They are still stuck in there. Enti kamu say so woni say nipa we ya de a e kwa bi obefa so gu animu asibi no. Obeye. And let NDC understand that the MPP today is the same UP tradition yesterday. The only difference is that omu changing names. Then they change their skin. But omu change omu character. The weapons they have been using, the slavery weapons they have been using, still omu awa no more activate back on. Inti saa obi a woni aban akọ negotiations said your boat tape Ghana National Midwifery
Nurses and
Midwifery Association,
Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwifery Association.
What many aban previous government akọ ye negotiations. It started in 2020.
Yeah.
Omo presubia at the time a year agreement by no the same government elements actually compare kubi so yan consult over figures to court anyone else idea no just to drag.
Yeah,
but the principle is that unibibi ye court about we see a lose but the big judge that mom say yeah they went to court, drag the matter because that is a serious matter. Thank you. Nurses, any midwives, no echo striker, maybe and can be a pussy court, no, among the key decision and them. They never went to court. Tell now, boy, no. Perpetual, someone right, yes, the career a
chairman.
Is it true?
That's what they verified.
No, have you cross checked?
Only Paco catch, it's true. Producer Africa, it's true. Because even maybe sir, somebody who is very close, I will also confirm is any kuni.
You,
chairman.
You. Some way, epatna. Ne subordinates and him catch almost say. Nana Kufuado say, I want to have back, scanning home. So, the best thing they can do.
They'll be commander, oh, Kano, Boko, yes.
And I mean, can I say?
What say? What more insist? Who did see? Government insisted. That is it. Munyamudi abanienti. Yeah, Kano,
no, and I'm about you too, Musa. You need to know.
But how can I say I go for the power chow? I go for the power chow. I go for the insist.
Oh, very. Media mechanic say.
I'm promise.
And I'm not catching them crop for say. Okay, so almost how to better. The current agreements now how to better it. Now we demands there. So virtually what she was trying to communicate, they said they should forget about the agreement, new agreement about the funeral, almost funeral allowance, height allowance,
disability allowance. Disability.
Virtually the woman was telling them that let's forget. Now, Mini Haruna, this same woman, these same people. Yet to bury 7 December. Before I best swear JM in, you say court a made ruling on the matter. In January. You know so?
Yeah, so.
What is the ruling? A buying ensure na agreement only omu entria ni nyina ma.
Machu am not on kwem.
Now, omu wie ye no. Then they went to Honorable Akando, the as minister no. And Honorable Akando say, and you see, my man simply be my main but Akando in the papa and guess I can't do a sa nurses and midwives free power almost to daddy. Moko I know I can't say. Oh, dear Mokano, no we agree, but you better quiet. You be set a year you seek some to you. But yes, say. Move free on one very dishonest people. No more by public. Say I can't say. And when him say, one first meeting no Musiano, they never came out to tell us say I can't say a year budget don't be read, you know. And that was in February. February budget, you know, it will appear. They never. They are only saying it after the budget. Omo ready budget you know, and omo air just to create some disaffection for Akando and the government. I see a kind of but Akando never mentioned anywhere, and they can never prove it. See, Akando can say February budget. What Akando told them is that you have a judgment, you know, but you have court. Here's the moment time. Na yenshe emra yedi bishim. But this time they tight. How come say next year? 2026. 2026. Yeah, June. And November, so you buy budget. Now,
agreement now only government to come.
Yeah.
By the end of next year, na elapsing. So once it's elapses, that means this is almost a call. Now why no only mean Ansah what take you over? Nobody na share buy note here. You call for negotiation. 4 months. Say 4 months. Now, only the Omokan a Mahometi. The very aqua. A omo me say Nyansa and Yajuma, Haruna. Almost say almost or more abrabum. Till almost or more abrabum. Commander, but for 5 minutes. Yes, these nurses, a year come once a week, they are enjoying a year fewer prices. Yeah, above them. Are they not enjoying? Yeah. They are enjoying the effects. Of the city and dollar rate. They are enjoying. Are they not enjoying? They are enjoying the effect of our market say. And then a mono another you know autono a year 950 no 25 kilos no. They say autono 500. Oh, you are 1,000. You see about 550. About 550. They are enjoying. So at least what do you want to say? Oh, Charlie, say nearby a year kakra. Yama abina and bre. Almost said there be. In fact, as of last 2 weeks, not almost aqua year in Semudie enjoy from the cover. I'll get you that voice. I will mark us almost young cost strike. No, Satan will not make perpetual. No, too quiet. No, Switzerland. The deputy and the choir side. If you remember, last 2 weeks. No, too quiet. Satan will not negotiate. Almost share we are leaders in now too. But almost almost cancel the demonstration. Yes, almost cancel. Yes, almost young. Perpetual be do ya. No, just in fact, I sent the video to Honorable Akando because no Kigali. I sent him the video. Oh, bedru ya, my many bedru ya. No kejagu. No more what kejatu. Ogo can see me and politics. That be near they say the politics. Ebinum. The woman near politics. Ebinum argument. Ya me nua Oliver Vomao. Almost say there. Ya maka bia mama bre. Say it me say omo timi tua article 71. Any I didn't know moon to mean tua nurses. Two different issues. Can you imagine? Two different issues. Can you imagine? Mangoes and oranges. Two separate. Article 71. Nobody is saying he said. Yeah, Article 3. And you say Article 01. And you say your nurses follow. They are fighting for their current. And you say you're Kiamuka. And your negotiations on my year. How can you say you're into your height? How? Right? And see, all that is going on now. Me tape now, boy, and my tape. Yeah, me catch them in one say, "Hey, politics." Now, send this here, because my teacher say, education sector no so.
Yeah.
Teachers no.
Hey, now doctors underground. But you see one of the demands that doctors for no so yeah.
And they are meeting.
Cast now you know.
Yeah.
Sikani they come hospitals.
Yeah.
The emphasis can be ni on cast or macre february chamber.
Yeah.
Can home they come.
Yeah. And omone the MPP, some of their leaders, any MPP for air kasa. Obaka say, yeah, MPP a organized criminal team. Gang. Even when they have internal fight, time to say so bonia, they are able to come together.
We are not party.
As at the time, na your friend say JB Dankwa, any other factions, background no faction, our problem, our UGC Simuno, against Nkrumano. So, no to be back together, begin Nkrumah Bonnet, or Mukofia no Makako. Sano Musubanti. Say this is now a share. Say the 2016, or Motina, a share. O can be beer, no more catch or say, oh, a two trap. Unless they have agreed with them that they will do 4 years.
And Crawford TV in your
now NDC about MPP about the fact. And this they should open their eyes. They should just open their eyes. So won't be a woman near. The choir, sir, and Crawford. How much did you Crawford system? You need to that grassroots no catch almost say, clear them.
Say, and also can I made the petition a call presidency.
Yes.
You were comfort directors men sat at the airports. Ghana Civil Aviation. After election 7th December. Omukoji appointment on the 10th of December. Omuda Sutiho.
Clear them. Inipano on power.
Yes.
What do you say?
We campaign. In fact, also on Pell.
In your friend, one of our father for all. Clear them. Because your mama, as we speak, this is in Bia Beteki Bia Noa. A year has 57% of my bonus.
Clear them and fix your people. I'm gonna believe you ideas.
Resetting agenda, no.
How can you reset a country with
57? 57 not to Abanama say.
Reset country.
Say.
We had a reset to a man with opponent.
Your money excel. Say fat.
Now reset or minor.
Why should you factor in MPP? And that's what you do. No. Why should you think about say MPP need better say MPP? That's 8%. Oh, just make sure you keep what your 57.
They are not qualified to be there. They are not qualified, but because of patronage and party affiliations.
Many American NDC. Bill money before it's too late.
Yeah.
They walk.
Commander Boham. Dodo. Son of friend, Kwabena Bobie Ansah, anything. Many Haruna Ofia. It is a stand to talk. Of course, Divine and Kromanso are joining in. But your MTNIF for 10 Ghana cities, Ubenyabi, near my Brihon Mamuofa. Me, I make a MTN and Busu Mued de Timbacho, MT offices in a Nekopebi. Disinfectants, Bacope and an Ejuma, Bioblast disinfectant, and a Bioblast heavy duty cleaner, kitchen. Bathroom, baby, na Asham, na ekum germs, papa, say bacteria, say virus, say fungi, yinina if you're 99.9% surety. But wait to my friend BD group was 0246596689. Now so a PB at all. My main camp for in boost herba Mr. Emma. Number 1 immune booster, a year Jumano, many pakwani jina brand, na akon. A year and Moanoa and no Kwamwa National. Timbacho Betimia from 0246208496. Yen Nikomo. Na Niaka no Yensa any home Adams here and Chilo. Go TV there. They say no be a use. Go TV more there. Anna go TV subscription as well from. For pa
send me so back on him jai is a good TV na arena
yeah na mechia
itu be kabum send a commander here
ningina sana
yeah see about next round
mechia etiefo ehwefo nso mechia menia
ma homere so
okay nana mame sra akunya kakra ekai omampenyi
akunya nyame dia o commander dia o stress
send dia una
akunya
kai me kai
akunya sa akunya
me kai omampenyi His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said on the 2nd of June your petition April ya kai say ya nyanti bia for presidency
petition
about Ghana civil aviation Krofa omomo appointment on the 10th of December Yawura Julius Debra
it was against the directive.
It was against the directive so the Yakai presidency say omoda so ti ho eye dwuma on the 10th of December na ya mo contract omo call interview and omo fail here but omo nim say omo ko fie no ye de omo krofo e betina for by force by hook to omo da so ti ho ti say yanti we want to listen to whatever the president has for Alliance for Justice and Equality for meba no so metie commander pa kasafa mema hodo pi hyase ya me hyase tie na Sam George ni communication ministry ya dia hadwin papa nanso mame sankai ya tiefo ni antina ya me pe Accra FM eba ni say ya ka anako irrespective of who so we are NPP ni NDC ni CPP ni na obia se wo difo ya be kan se be bia wo kɔ no na ne wo ye no ne amanfo ni enji nti ya be kan o tie omo ka about Sam George some about promises na okaye about me bomodin atiti nemo so me yesi no kra se wo shebo a by all means wo ba mo ye be kai say see na okaye but it is only fair and very gentleman to come back to say near me kai ampa ye be diso but say na koso say one kai
out of respect
say one can year hwe kana for say be yanjimi o na internet so no obiya say wo kanu nde a eda ho etwen wo chena enu ntina ye ka say wo aban mu na wo be hihye mra e be benefit the opposition not in government because enche wo be opposition na nema bebria o promise ye nde want me and diso but going
this year is what diso
they me patch say na say o kan nema bebria
before now no ni so but this year
o shase
okay
it is only fair to say near o shase ye no e bona paso
okay
na o hwe nema Emma NDC ba aban mu eye nema mienu nema Emma MPP call opposition eye nema mienu one eye is highly insensitive Emma MPP call aban opposition followed by greed edidija na ma MPP call opposition. These two key factors play across political divide. So we are NDC, we are MPP. So we fa Ghanaians to say abua. Omokuse kuse nyina etwen da obeba omochen. And that is the elections day. You bet you say nya na wo ri no. Ye ni enso ye ni ana ye mpe. So the 57% na NDC nya ya. Enye NDC kwa na to abama NDC. Debi.
Obere nya 57%.
Enye NDC. ɛyɛ ɔmo a ɔmo dwen kɔ akyire paa na to aba ɛma NDC ɛnyɛ NDC fo sɛbi o ɛnyɛ NDC nyinaa na to aba sɛ woyɛ NDC supporter saa daa no ebi ankɔ ebi obi yare wantimi ankoto aba obi ato kwan but ɔmo a ɔmo dɔ ɔman Ghana ɛka ho today His Excellency is swimming comfortably within 57%. Omo a NPP e disappoint you omo a na NDC NPP e wo aban mu na omo ye die hard NPP fo a omo anya hwi e wo party no sabi obi mu ekotu atia NPP obi mu so anko eni nyina ka ho a NDC onye asa 57% no commander okay na yeti ha in 2024 2023 na ye ka nema ahodo a NPP eye ema Ghanaians complaini one of it na dollar na one of it was $1 a differentials CD to dollar was one factor exchange rate no na adia hard because now it affects everything within the economy. It affects prices of foodstuffs, fuel, anything that has to do with the economy. Now dollar it affects it. Followed by agitations of workers. The living condition of Ghanaians na idea the ex-wall administration na omu endiso ye Ghanaians. But today as we speak, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is in power. He is the president of the Republic of Ghana, and that is the only country we have, Ghana. Na kanino ye ka about increments. Udanya ni pane si yedi e-levy eba parliament to pass. Na yedi ko umpo se ube tinemo as MPO wontinemo emfa ye ho. Ye wo wa na ye si na ye niska okay stabilization fund. Yeah. What was it meant for? A stabilization fund was introduced to cushion the oil sector, to cushion the economy in the event yentimi enyeska to show up external shocks. Media here.
Chenona akufara de start here COVID.
Enu na me patch. Yes. Ni nyina no ansa na esla ni what have you?
Heritage fund.
Ni nyina
sinking fund.
What you say? Na yeshasia ukai say kufu talk taxes na ya introduce here. What can I talk tax? Somewhere 6 and
I make us say
yes, what you say? Ni nyina na buying initiatives to increase revenue mobilization.
I don't know a movie time and
debut. Yes.
Movie they know you
yes. Kasapa
code. Debut. Kasapa they send the HD cry. The baby make us say.
Yes.
Kasapa.
Yes. Kasapa.
That's a brand. Brand. Oh, okay.
Ni nyina no na dia oman Ghana ehia to at least mobilize some revenue to stabilize certain sectors of the economy. But now your engagement, stakeholder engagement, na mean any demonstration for that introduction.
We say a mobile advert we amount to the war.
I check. Mobile because Kasapa there. How? I'm out 20 years. So far,
say today
because we can be crap. I said,
as new administration, just 4 months. In the past, yenim sana ye demonstrating against introductions of levies na eha oman Ghana. And today, as we speak, similar activities it is only fair for us to demonstrate our neutrality. It is only fair. And Mitiu Sanana Uka, I was so excited. Say, Omushasieno, you prompted them. Say, Bebia Mube Kono. Have you done engagements, consultations? No, yeah. And what is the results? What is the acceptance level? Me how ni na me say amanfo a omubo pa ema NDC ba apan. The same people who are the apabono ana omubo apano ebo defense omunni team omunka team. So it would be very difficult Emma yen bimo to be able to judge or to be able to provide solutions. Emma omwa no mon kahu. And that is why you were talking about critical thinking and innovations. You cannot just wake up in the morning and then you prepare something to rush to parliament like before. Now MPPA, Omuko cabinet. Now any decision they arrive at, then they go on the state of under the ticket of agency. Yeah. To pass bills before even doing consultation or engagements. It is wrong. It is wrong, Nana.
No, but the idea behind certificate of agency is not to pass bill just because you couldn't do consultation. But I'm not
saying I'm not saying also that
bill under that.
I'm not saying that is the essence of under agency. No, I'm saying anytime you want to pass a bill under certificate of agency, you would have conceived it.
In fact, it will even go to cabinet.
What do you say? One shall see and consult the stakeholders. Or more not Bobie Ebobono. What do you say? Medical say nema mienu na ma NDC baba and nema mienu na ma NPP co opposition and make sure say every editija any insensitivity, highly insensitivity, not nema increment of goods and services, workers agitations, young trio moka and they need increment of salaries and account. And I make say those consultations were key in the past. That na omunye. The same time today it is key. Omunshasiye. And then going to
opposition, you are careful.
Careful. Okay. Because say one far and I want to two and all that you will do is to play deaf ear. It means said yenya na yebo defense yanya mo boy pa ema ye dis ye adwuma ho ema wo ba power no ugu enis because we are not able to defend whatever you will bring. Are you getting my point?
Yes.
Because one city no ya dia ebeboa o my Ghana. No doubt about it. But there's nobody in the whole world who be introduce any levy and a tax in the whole world. There's nobody. Ubeka say ukatu no they be maybe 50 pesos free. You won't be happy. But if me knew etnasi and I'll give you the benefit of it, Ebe den I will understand somehow.
Media say they should manage our monies well.
Oh, because
20 pesos no share CGG in 2015 almost institute energy sector level. So 20 pesos from GG ya ka say 2021 ke be tuawi ye ntwambi. And you go to GG. And here say can ye tua.
But we share holistically
for the internal purpose.
We share the entire levies on petroleum and do one city. The entire levy of petroleum.
And go for an increase.
What they say and do 1 cedi.
Yeah.
But way 1 cedi boom is more than all sa nkiti oil levies are omudiagu oil you know. It is more than that.
I think let's educate Ghanaians well. Hold on. Let's educate Ghanaians well. And yes, what time 1 Ghana cedi. Ano de babe to 4 na oton so. 4 na oton 11 cedis at the pumps. Obekoswa ton 11 cedis at the pumps. On for 1 cedi meto so many reflect. Name ebi anka world market prices of oil. Barrel no so beti. Inti anka ba beti so 70 pesos bi. Anka enu nti ese so. Senti so ne ma. Eno na ato force nse. Wo tete no agu ho. Se na ba ye betimi de atu aka no. Enti Ghana form feel any pay.
Meba. You see,
I share in the pain say.
Nina ye the same thing.
So
something
that is
maybe something that adia my father say me sanka you and you telling me say there is no effect. There is effect because we are there what do I say? But the point I'm making is say it go come on. But the point I'm making is say what informs the decision? Who carry a Jinapo contradictory
future of the Jinapo?
The energy minister say it is not to say Sasikano ye de kotua but ye de kotofu. What kind? He said that, which for me, it was unfortunate. But Onubara or say the better fuel. That was a serious contradiction. But ABR from the buy. But Nini Nanusuno, we are looking at what benefit would the Ghanaian stand to gain. Say a 1 cedi. Say na now can. Say you shall say a 20 pesos up to date. Is it the case say dollar no today Guinea a year? Are we coming back to say dollar na kosoro nti ye be 50 ye be $1 cedi no ana ye be koso etua?
There is no sunset clause.
Very good. There is no sunset clause. And now the same thing say no one so crude oil e kosoro ana e form at the same thing. That is what. And then so no, how many years are Ghanaians say you betua we no? How many years are we going to be paying $1 Ghana cedis until when? Ye betwum. And also ya dear Ghanaians under the level or engagement stages, you know, and can when you now questions when you now be addressing. But yet, Koda Tuesday, Wednesday, Anopa, yes, sorry, we are going to pay 1 Ghana.
But Haruna, me want to say, Haruna, time was not Ghana, and I share in the pains of my people though. But time was not Ghana for 20 Ghana, 20 pesos. Enumpo na nare dan koko fuado. Uncle seeking for parliamentary approval. Now uhri 20 pesos. About 95 pesos for petrol. Now uhri 20 pesos. About 93 pesos for diesel. Without parliamentary approval. Ghana for ye di tuya. We have a president Asabi. Hold on, I'm coming. Your president Asabi. No, I'm coming. No, he was not contesting, so he doesn't come to the picture. We have a president Asabi. He's made things open. A car adokrono. Opponents nebuguho. Who said dum soba. On car say 1 cedi no or the betuswama what we are at the pumps. It will still not affect the pumps price.
Are we talking about
He's
legacy?
Been open with us.
About legacy debts and a car NPP jai. We are talking about legacy debts. And if it is about legacy debt, and your MPP na jagu, it is free. So we are looking at His Excellency John Dramani Mahama coming to clean the energy sector issues, which include the debt na yajatu hono. And I know very good. So for me, you know, yenhwe sana yebeye ema amanfo a and our Ghanaians will embrace this without any problems. Because say ye dien kura ye de aba parliament ya pass ye betua but ebe ye de ana enye de ebe ha adwin dachi ana ha adwin dachi. Bear in mind say ye be kwa akoto ba aba in 2028.
Okay.
Enimono ya ye be kwa akoto aba. And in anything that we do today as a political party etiho etwenye for we must and be able to do series of engagement next time.
Okay.
But now come ban nurses. But who rush me? We ever ha a friend say commander.
One month.
You know.
1 month. I still come back to you. No. You still have the bite on the nurses.
Martin.
Okay. No, Jory J reality. That one say. Mira Harina. Who be big gumasu mo na meja asase no ba kwa ma. Say no bonya bi. 25,000 Ghana cedis. And to also be the 30% na mame. Na ni aka no matua in 6 months. But what the number now so kopɛ wasase ni bi. Come up. Our office location from 22 Afarawa Junction 0533553266. Okay, Flora Kids. I'm saying country say one Flora Kids baby diaper no and should be a maximum absorbent layers. Just say a dry all night. And a maximum stretchy side tips and essentially a perfect fit. And my friends are very gentle on their skin. On bed down at the morning. They're tapping me on the coffee by just 0243 033 033. Samsung bills micro credits to crack set. And you're finna better to suit. And Sanya Mabisia and Nuan Ghana card. Bra. Na yentre wajumam. Jenamba no cra. They say nipa kwa kono. Odi okwabo mudin. Koya me mouse scan. 0596 920833. 0596 920833. Meba na medi 20 na 74 mixture. And give us P capsules. Ni ya no dance actually divine in chroma. And so by streaming live on Facebook into in your waiting me share my bra akwaba me so minia kejagum topics no me that's next for ne mami chia one level mami chia ahwefo ade atiefo nyina na me so mbo woni the production team no so abaso ewo mujuma so mo modi Nana, answer na me call topics and then about the nurses need the account. Asem kesi bi ekoso Ghana has here serious attention. Okay. And I just hope said the powers that be obia owo to me a ote en kabia no asem yi amuma ne nya hiasem because I Ghana hina hiasem. Na asem yi fa den ho e fa Ghana National Lottery Authority NLA for some. Okay. Now last time we try kai say so we the history of NLA Malta, the country called Malta for enomudi kan ene ye man panyi dada di kan osaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah Dinya Nsanwo and be introduce that kind of lottery system. Omunyan Kitahudi. And that first your friend is a lottery system. No? Okay. It kind of Ghana. The first draw in was 1962. Okay. Nana Butaya a war sa NLA establishment in by former president Kwame Nkrumah say your taxes system no failure in terms of revenue mobilization. You better rely on the lottery system. No? They generate revenue their state no na sasi kanibi any yede road yede akwan yede hospitals any yede nyama ahodo nyina yenim no ya somuama and now me no ka say I travel with other governments abc pempen so when said the whole of Africa Ghana was the first country to introduce lottery system for development. Yes. And even until recently, William said almost all neighboring countries following in Nano. Drawer and no use our countries, and I'm not say Nigeria for
Ivory Coast for Togo for omu nyina ya draw no mu use so almost out to turn commission they pay money to the country every month we raise not more than 12 million from Ivory Coast alone dollars in terms of commission amutia and my country Ghana. So it means that the lottery system no e ya dia sika ewom sika puduo akasa ene wo ye lottery ni mu so na me no ka say yesi aha no ye national lottery no authority no is more or less like you have handed over like a chicken chain they share your friend is saying private sector sir and me person myself beba o ebewa o no imagine say yen sika yen nya o mu no KGL ejiji sika ni nyina no no ay te say onu mum na employ recruit NLA momo and onu mum tia commission onu jiji Ghana sika no which is against the law unlawful
say someone say
no ajiji sika no party bi kakra de ama and you know that's part of the state's capturing agenda of the SWA government. Just say all agencies no mo here to say no mo here so mo here ECG DA PDS aye kasati anwo here as for the NLA they are succeeded and then me tie me no store analysis bi o here fantastic meaning say the arithmetic no they say calculation no body dey easy o a day say KGL as an entity the profit onya on the average minimum is not less than 10 million.
Yes, see this. But can I ask some few questions? Is the contract illegal?
It's illegal.
It's illegal.
What makes it illegal?
The act.
Your act. There's an act. Established. I say shall NLA like there's something that established your 722 Act 722 act establishing NLA no NLA nim kwa
operations.
Operations no.
Now we was
subletting so is a marketing job. It's the marketing people are omo ton
my list over and kind act no.
Okay. No, so because you see, man to me I'm follow something to Kwabena. So I just want to understand as a layman that whether the contract is illegal
or not.
What they say, so that at the end of the day, it's not like you are just targeting somebody's business.
No.
Which I know the gag will not do that.
I will never.
You understand? GAG will not do that without going
records to
exactly. No. And that is
a legitimate question because private companies we should protect them.
Yeah.
Sebi Oma Fenipa Brejumam. And say be use medium to collapse somebody's
private entities should also protect the state.
Yeah.
Yes, so,
right.
So the point is that
the interest of the state,
not protecting the interest of the state.
That is why I asked that. Is the contract illegal?
Okay, so Section 2 of the NLA Act, National Lotto Act 2006, Act 722, Section 2, objects of National Lotto. Or say the National Lotto shall be conducted for the purpose of raising revenue for the nation and for other purposes stated in this act. 2. The National Lottery Authority established under Part 2 shall be the institution to conduct national lotto.
Okay.
Lotto is about marketing.
No brofo no waka say
so chire ye dwadie and ye die. Nti wo do sika eba, me me di sika eba. And ye the numbers 1 to 90. Ebi would 1 to 10. Ebi would say it the wow metwa a wo bedi no. Na wo mo a wo twa eni nyina wo mo ani no. Ye de wo sika ni bi together with wo de ni bi atwa wo ka. Na wa when you so you say better luck next time. And I had to say national health insurance.
Robbing Peter to people.
Yes, I say national health insurance. I say insurance. Nipa don ne pay insurance no. Na nipa kakra bia benefit from insurance no. Because nipa don na omu pay insurance no omu nyina na be yare. Enye omu nyina na omu ka benya accident. Enti insurance biara no enye obi a otwia na benefit ebinum kɔ enoboa cooperative omo kɔ boa omo nua no because omo susuro sɛ da achi bi sɛ ne ho kɔ kan na ono so anya enoboa ni bi mu adidi it is ana loto tie enti in marketing no the product no nya wo marketer ne dia product bia ni wonu ma company no kura na onu ankasa ebia fa ne se te se bia Guinness so oye ni product ni wie na oso onu abeton a o first staff a omoye marketers na omo akoton ayeden aman ebia ye onu ane staff but they are not paid until they have sold for commission. That is the marketing law and it's across the world. Baby wa marketing no mu no yetimi ma o ebia akade a odi be ye adwuma say oh je kai na wetimi di akwa ton
so me bawo so the issue is that omo sablete omo no dwumadi a omo di as NLA no
dabi omo sablete ye
adwuma ese
NLA ye
na KGL ye
ena mrani mu no NLA no ama ankurankure to me say
amonye
mo betima be lotto marketing companies LMCs enti no mo no ye product no ena mo kwa akoton enti no na ebia
which is illegal or illegal
which is legal for LMCs to operate.
Okay,
now LMC na adwuma ne say yen Ghana ye flagship product bi ye NLA ye frɛ no 590 tese emma enum ne ebe ye free emma baako to 90 mo 1 to 90 no ye yi ma 5 free mu enti wa 5 no ubedi no wadi udi mu 2 a wadi udi mu 3 a wadi udi mu 4 udi 5 dia wabubu machine no enti sa 590 no eye Ghana for ye dia efiri nkroma peso 1962 ene ye twa 590 a kopim se kufa do bae ene o ye na adwen se obedan 590 no e dia ma ankura ono no I was saying lotto marketing company because all ko wura ho no okon with lucky 3 for example Bobie betimi aye na adwen say why LMC wonu a creating the product bi instead of ebia 1 to 90 no ono dey why 1 to 25 enti no ye bot 2 pe utimi twa numbers 2 1 to 25 no na wudi a wadi where ni a sika ni nyina ko your friend say NLA na NLA ama Bobie commission on ni product no you don't take money
so me patrol for time sake
yes
where if na KGL
but KGL e call wrong and say KGL no say no na ye NLA say see e pa fa phone obi an fa ne phone na bo star 959 hash star sorry star 959 hash let's send it what send ya e was say no o mama KGL exclusive right say o mo pene wo so mo twa 590
and when are they doing on market what they can establish say in terms of marketing it illegal
but
they cannot operate very
well time just to help you
okay
anyway
the thing is say NLA no KGL ne ko ho no o call with your friend is saying lucky 3 as on only product and NLA je say okay koton a sika ne ba me ho na matwa wo commission amount marketers are paid commission only and afraid you see there be state capture no onu no afa 590 no
aye ho short code
and no sableti
ono ne toma Ghana for etu for phone na bo a 5 star hash 590 no star 959 hash no na aba welcome to NLA ade NLA for na nkasa say omodi ade na ma KGL it was in Kebaso welcome to KGL it is a metwa o tell nyina wie no te say ne wo metwa no to ni nyina wie no a wo manya mfaso no sika ni nyina kogu KGL ho futu
omutia omudi temi payment
na ono KGL na tia winnings dia ma di o twa lot oni bi ade eye illegal act nim
NLA na ese twa winning
NLA na wo se wo di sika ni nyina wo twa
no ma commission
ni futuom ekogu NLA futuom ano no ama wo ha mu tichemu bi about 10% of sika utwa ye begu ono ni futuom say onu mom
so it's like ECG ni Haptel
very good
it's say sika be ko ECG for no matter wo mu de no
ko Haptel
Ansah na Haptel to mu de
yo ba pega crowd ECG
emu bia no
am ti tell administrative charges no mo cost
state capture PDS agenda na bia ena omudi ma KGL no so no KGL makes a lot more money
than the state
aside from even than the state no when we say digital platform obiya timi koso so for create mi twalo to say because onko gina kiosk ho am ye hu no enti no daily
anka we anka here
man kan na dia so for to ana so twa bi enti no we je mi twalo to da me dem ma twalo to baako
mi twalo to da
me ade bia e ma mi twalo to
ade bia gambo bia no me mpe enya se me mpe se e wontu ye bo no mi nya bia me but ade a means control me mpe
ai onim ye
you be dem was control
enti de ko ba ye ne se NLA no ede ne tumi nyina ma KGL se o ma manfo ntwa 590 no what you say and a manfo atwa for 5 years hwe meko KGL for platform so the information that sabi nyane mpanifo ye ho adwuma they be averagely unya 10 million Ghana cedis
100 billion any every day
and 7 days here then 70 million
yes
averagely because they do baby with me 20 something million
Saturday they obubu machine okra Saturday they kan okra
because Saturday ko foot
Saturday they said the flagship
enti you figures na say ade we na masako the second time na masahu say edidija na edimuna ba o eti mi hu ya no mi hu ya no and am say there be ade we was mpanifo asote ena ye sha say ye eho nkontabuo na ye nkontabuo no na say averagely no even with a very economical figure of 10 million a day no who say you try to every day even Sunday cry sorry for upon you try enti
you try na numre
you try ye eyi ni nyina wie ye no na say 10 million a day no afimu ni nyina no who say market say 52 weeks in a year you calculate it na say 3 billion 640 million
in just 1 year
Nigeria dey make am ho say your numbers na Nigeria for editorial winnings
yes
they no so
obutia ka
and Ghana nya saying
Ghana just about 25 million from Nigeria
out of
the whole
300 million
no be KGL po
we 3 billion no Ghana nya mu 150 million
we no Ghana 3 dey wi ni nyina ko KGL
Ghana sika we nya free the estimated figure of 3 billion 640 million 150 million so ti free mu a na say KGL nkwanya 3 billion 590 million a year 3 billion 590
3 billion you dey call dollars when I say
$3 billion
3 billion cedis.
1.5 based on the
3 billion
based on
that. They divide by
1.5 billion.
Say dollar near 10. Divide by 10. My calculation.
3 billion cedis.
How much dollars are?
Now only must say the idea ba ko so mu say omno mu tell me payment no now you say we need so a eno so mo pa mu tua ye betumi do ahye
say I no from 2020
me akasa me see me DB
who is behind
KG the person behind KG friend Alex Apau Daddy
but is it true say
na enye ono nkwa na ye oni kanu for yata
okay matisa
eni Akufo-Addo eni Samia Okune Gari ni mako
and is also true say so there are times that
say I no can say abaya Jomama ba bem how many months ni
5 to 6
6 months 6 months say sika bia e wo lo to mu bia e was ankofo ne ho if you say Jomama ba e wo mo
Me say, me think so say.
Listen
well.
Yes, they are still making money. And they are almost 10 million.
Can you confirm to me say I am passing a one man KG or to me and it me tria NLA forecast.
That's what they are telling us. The current people.
Onuankasa kwot na studio say
Commander, Martin say NLA come be pure workers can I do?
No, you see, our bakosem, almost said that. Now, I'm take you no, and no more, render NLA no useless. So that someone can take you over, and then Onumunya, the Momu to make to create the impression, say, now they are taking care of NLA staff. Meanwhile, the system is rather taking care of their business.
Samuel who came to inherit the system. It's not him. I think it's the
I don't want to hold brief for anybody because Samuel, Director General, Maba, my board to say, Yanya Bonnie. I didn't mean say Bonnie. Then I was saying, meet me within free. Meet me within free muda. Because a man can clearly, and it's unambiguous, say, can
you read the law one more time?
Okay.
Can you read the law one more time for us, please? Now, because I mean, 3 billion. What's Ghana
150. I'm said last no committee. I'm say 170. Now, you see, I said national lotto.
Okay.
Okay, so section 2, subsection 2. I say the National Lottery Authority established under Part 2 shall be the institution to conduct national lotto.
Okay. Shall. Okay.
And then me.
Okay.
It's just make sure say any MPP lawyer behind the name Emra. They know the judge. Samuel go a lawyer ni. Gary no akwanya lawyer.
Lawyer no. Okay.
So what are they talking?
Okay.
Shall na say.
So why
now? So we have license of
me read the act
there is nowhere.
There is nowhere.
You see, the reason why this was created is because Lotto no who say ya no mo kwachi banker to banker. Say KG or act to say banker to banker.
Banker adwuma no ye no.
Banker to banker no ye no. Because it's illegal for any private entity or a private person
to operate a national asset like that.
Say moha. So mo ka say mo yes am mo draw na ya mo ye na na mo ankasa kra mo am ko fa machine say mo am ye draw a and then let me sue mo edis tabono to mo so disika kase twitwiri die because onim dodo sika dodo a wunya ye enu ntiansa na obetimi operate even a raffle keke krampo no you have to go to NLA. Now the product na komano now no product na wona ye no ama okwan se koton any your friend license no na wo koton a na wo di hu process ni nyina akwa koma NLA na wa kwaje wo commission e free mu Anuntina law was very emphatic
in this case.
So I say licensing of lotto marketing companies. The board of the authority shall license lotto marketing companies for the distribution and sales of coupons and for other purposes that the board considers appropriate. Now, the license of a lotto marketing company shall be for a period that the board considers appropriate.
Okay.
And also, your friend is saying grant of license. A license.
And I know a technical. Me person me it's simple. And in this case, no, are we saying say, Rana KG or Eddie Edgeman? Sebi.
Yes.
Maybe I know. It's not as if say, Omafum name mumu, anka omo working as marketers. No, omunyes can we are. Ese kano eba NLA futum na NLA MM commission. Is that it? And as I say na waka say NLA sha no no go operate into no mafum.
Okay. Tio. So team rana. Or pursue a monopoly free private persons and any private entity. Edema state.
Okay. In this case, NLA.
NLA no. Or ton product. Won't mean go kase me ma fa one marketing company. Say or no ton lo to mame. And no cry wrong. Monopoly no. Say or
no omo ye raffle ne.
Obia wone de tie o. Ti say Akufo do kra Omega 3. Akufo do obi. ne dia mega 3 obi ane ni mumu hye ono ane dia na ne twa lutu sa mega 3 sa mega 3 no e yo no any product a we develop product no sa product no what they call say one ankasa we develop the product e de kodwa so koton a wa fomomra this what they call NLA na NLA no agi product ne say ono ne dia sese afi ekufrodo wo koton a process ebebe bia na wo say call NLA mama nche ode ebe mo wati ase simply because a digital platform ni ntino ana nkofo ne de ye bukata but digital platform simnet ne start here Ansah na lot over Ansah na ye beti KGL no kra de na 2008 na ya te simnet dada now tete no wo kwa ko o ye lotto marketing company wo kwa coupons ni gu ho enti bia booklet bia 150 o so me metimi aton be 200 books
as an original pay
it's original pay no we akwaji na enti wo kwa no wakofa agents na ya hu so mtiti kiosk mu no sa agents ni nyina no omo wo company a omo hye omase what you say enti bia obekọ no as an original pay ho ebia we wo ho lot wo ho ebia we wo ho alpha lotto ebia we wo ho bebre omo do so enti no wono kofa ne nkofo a no de ebia kosi kejetia odi bia kosi makola enti makola no obekọ no bia lotto companies be se 3 no obia ni agent ni agents na wo ho enti odi obeton no oton wi a emra ne se de wo ton ye no ebia wo twae se wo duplicates di utwa book no 100 eka 100 na wo ton ye no fa hu duplicates ne bra NLA de want me anton po no fa no so bra NLA de wo ton ye no bu hu konta ma NLA ne fa sika ni nyina ma NLA
timeline da ho by 6:30 no e say wo be gugu rush
ni nyina ko ma NLA wa ni sika ni nyina
wo friend say o ko close
close wi a na NLA wo de wato ne de won ton ni nyina wo mo ho eni sika no na sika na wo no wo twa ye no emu ohamu tichemu du na NLA di amawo after paying wo we ne ye what you say from the same money enti no NLA ntimi emfa ni tumi na emra se bedwade ama no se won fa mo ne bra no
okay
emfa ma KGL
after these explanations or press briefing na wo ye nne no of course wa man say nchire mo no
yes
edian potin na wo hwehwe say aban beye
okay the edikan kan si chi akoso chrono ade a friend state capture
okay
KGL a special purpose vehicle for robbery
okay
because any kwen say NLA etimidi ni tumi ema ankrankre adumakuo se omu nkotwa lotto enunti no me se aban take immediate steps na omu ntwa sa contract ni with red ink omu twa mu wie ya no sa nkofo na sebi omu dane sa tumi ni de ma free NLA de ma KGL no aban eni omu ntena se na toto oma no mate se binum pese omu dwane but aban toto oma no na omu ntira die nti a omu ya ade a eni mrem edane oban oman eja pade ede ma omu
okay
eni 2 de toso miensa yenya forensic audit
for 1 minute kasa na no nkasa bi
forensic audit
yeah
ewo sika from day 1 a KGL fa NLA tumi no ene sa ne 590 no 590 no sika bia wanya bia no yenye forensic audit wo mu
yehu ahia
na yehu ahia wanya na very easy say you bet me aye the entire easy ne say nothing on a digital platform gets missing mobile money account no opa ko MTN CCA won betimi aye from day 1 aye mobile money to date e betimi print am enti sa 590 no e short code
are you so cool
obi
betimi ko do mama delete from the
system it mean delete da Nothing on a digital planting. I will send your girlfriend hello, how are you? Send your thing. It is remaining on the internet forever. Obia anyone will bet me the information again because internet, you know. Our clouds, what did it take through phone? It's free so. Our clouds, problem about. There is no information about information in information in our NCA. Enti no short code na mo dey yes am rafo wa ha no bo say obi abetimi calculate how much money was accrued on that short code from the day of its inception to date.
But professor na
enti mi di manu sie no 3 minutes to say na ne say finance minister and the NLA no.
Have you petitioned him?
Oh yes. Okay. If you want am patch or maybe.
Very well.
Na Matthias em there na minya enti ni enti no me pese me bo pensio na nyame ya adoma enti na no.
Very well.
Ye meti no na patch on.
Very well. Great. List over no puku. Bra
Oni ma men ka sembi o de anela asem no.
How the
enko na about the nurses for striking no.
Fache me 3 minutes.
Me bono tell.
That use 4 me 2 on wakasa.
Meba onim hwe unim say me no kasa me nua be ma ba ko me cousin pa chocho mucho ewu no enen nansa Alfred na neje na owu ye no ma me yese me ko mochre honom akwa senia ye na yi na me say me ni mochre ma no edinkita ho ekohwe me nua ne body I say ohun bi da for name fear or started so year juma or much no nipa within this short period no ya campion mo de o maba much no kra na e bufa ne so because of this nurses for striking niama e kosui je ma make say mi chiro nurses for say me a sensitive issue or 3 dimensions and sa dimensions in my kasa na my careful the kind the angle of the patients for no that dream say a dream we somehow high and the also the welfare of the nurses nakasa so mo bua ayare for no so some welfare here and the total economy ne so no enso ya dey no so here because me no kasa nyina no this 3 elements in they work hand in hand pari pasu who ignore ba ku bi asembeba but the best say nurses for na ne omo kasa na obi etu assembly kumasum e no mami hu be bia grievances ya nurses for yi e twom grievances ne ba no efi last year mu on started say e boboba na ebufuo aba nurses for ni mu unim de ntia because omo hu say edidija e koso nkrofo teki omo for granted Ghanaian workers for no e take them for granted iti anga na e ba eni nyina ne say omo sheda na omo be tu mu so omo make those demands because omo timi ntina ono no mu say Kufuado arrete one Land Cruiser etua ne che ni eyi na konya ho allowance ne tinu nzara ne na ni ji pediem na konya ne kekekra no tua pediem sa bufuo no na ka ho unim sa bufuo no a ombete say yes COVID-19 levy near the buy no unim say yes the frontline workers for no ye ka say COVID-19 buy no ye be more special allowance bi unim say enam no ka say allowance no amba na de share mo kran so meto radio so say Felicia Tete de share mo kran say Felicia Tete Sagnarugu MP member of parliament beka say events parliamentary candidate beka say COVID-19 sika no omo che wa bra na nurses for sika no embedu ye de share mo kran so meto say na Kufuado afly say wa broni amano special so ombre yi okumase it is anyama we mu no omo hwe say ba umi atra sorry akokodi 12 million Palugu irrigation project it is how bufuo no they can't forgive the politician it is some politicians no mu didi na mu diska basabasa dia and the at all cost no omoji omodie e ho na asem nyina afi it is a CA na mpese sa ba na e de bo tachi na ye de ho abufuo ho chinu wahyew omode call na nado so because omo mismanage oman no enne asesa aban fufura ba I think say so mama kuma no ebra from because you see sa tabo no mo person mo fan bo mahama by we to be unfair. Imagine say almost say omo negotiate terms and conditions we dada. So there's no point omo return back say omo ni obi for be engagement bia. And no dey omo kan say man they are not being fair because you find say say bi o me papa ti ase e no no ya arrangement bi e no ka so betua o ka no start na say when tu etua scan na wie na say me ma ba ne hand over na me say brane di nkomo na church me nsemu a o si there be me no papa kan that will not be fair to me etitua o to be nkasa o kasa dia you are not being fair and I think that some of their leadership no omo take it belligerent intransigent with preconceived mindset say they have targeted individuals be omo ye den omo ni omo ntwe omo secretary no tie no ori so a utimi hu say I say oni atofo sin e wo some beef bi see tooth mama no since 2012 oya ye no na oboni din oya ye no na oboni din say atofo sin e yo mu bibi 2024 oya ye no na se no kan so kan sisi so I say oni no personal issues but no omo ye nsem we nyina they lie about it omo say omo engage am from January and am many ministers ni minister da be appointed no muko share di pano February ni pano so by match ka no afa so obeba office iti da be na mushia na muni ni jankita ho iti sanse mu yo mu ye nyina nurses for no mesre say omu maju romba omu fa omu nsam ni nyina sha adakam no mu ko engage minister no because omu sem no mu kan
na me fam we wo fira be eduma no
bi eno so wo ho
eno so wo ni
yes but you say omu consensus na de omu kan say na appendix A appendix B unim say abai already execute aspects of the appendix A no cry almost done is the B and almost say somebody be one more yante wase the edikan musio mo license ye renew mamu mi wa mu yelokum
unim nebo sa
70 mu yelokum there be mu the same license no and yelokum and you know why the nurses too no they should cut some slack and then some relax kakana say ye nyina ye call university call tertiary no ye mu why listo ye mu why and okoy ya ye tua ye ma na duani di free ye mu why and abai man alawa for attending school ye mu bi alawa for attending school mu your privileges of taking alawa jinwa duani di free eco school ewie me slit no mi tia e masa mu wia mu majuma so and they are blackmailing the government say omu here rural incentive. How do you define abai say who care about rural incentive me pesa umbra you define the tenets of that rural incentive because see I can't be in the Ghana be rural because Accra say obi tini makra so beka so no so beji rural incentive so make a SNS for say before no woma the SWA government abanda da na o transfer omo mama ko mambra from na they don't say minister ni mpokra no on yes all disrespect you why not say neya my ready someone in the kasana ji krana mo the strike action no e to hono mo a ono mo be di nkita ho
we want 2 minutes
na there me 2 minutes mama fa we ntwam na me njemu ye pick information bi MPP for no catch them and say Omeka say the life is in danger and it's something they will start pushing it now the life in danger one the penny life but Obesha say perpetual no Obesha say a meeting on MPP for no naka that from tomorrow going that is the angle that the life is in danger.
I want to ask are some lives more precious than others?
Well, so no, but the point is now she's on the path to paint the government black. That's all. That's what she wants to do.
And people should be on a list. This is agenda.
This is a time say intensify nursing but from nursing assistants to say
these people
police you see it is about time as a state young training nursing assistants say na American good say nurses goes on striker we move so omumba fine so omumba those that are on, then they can.
I think so President Mills' time.
No more. MCA.
Emma strike. Emma activate nurses assistant.
Physician assistant.
There be physician.
Even whichever we have a template.
Yes. Police assistants. Community police. At the same time, what they are saying, so that you train no more in the event. Say nurses and our doctors strike. Say they can step in.
We should learn a lesson.
We should learn a lesson from this. But media, I would not speak like those. Your mom appointment at the presidency. I almost say so I would want to say, sir, they are more important to us. What I say, who call court now? Only judge. Some about doctor. Who doctor now? Who see your life is even more dangerous than me.
Yes.
It's in danger than me. I'm you because at any given time, wait my reform. Everybody is a potential patient.
Everybody, but even including nurses for no strike no mukwe. People at accountant general how no. Say obibi yanwa, we can make the salary.
As we speak. Hospital. She's a nurse. Or strike. But certain conditions in hospital. But so everybody a potential. But maybe maybe can say the government should make sure say whatever demands that they put before
one statement.
If you could take like 10 seconds, because news is 6
halfway, so that at least we would understand.
And actually, what's on the edge of that man with now, and or trying to say we look around, person say starting go from. Me alone, they can those things. Hana say 30 minutes. That would be uninterrupted. Okay. Yeah, first I can say I'm paying you from joining and defining Chroma. Thank you so much. Nepuku list where you was Arena you was Commander Boham, Kwabena, Bobie, Ansah, also you was give us speak capsules. Boy, you must also now give us.
And the Honorable Minority Leader drew the attention of the pendency of the statement. The communication then was unclear, and therefore the Honorable Member for Efiduase Asukore rose up to second the motion and to proceed to read the statement. That gave impression that he used the opportunity to try to send the motion, but to sneak in the statement which had not been admitted. The first Deputy Speaker, acting within the scope of the rules and the precedence of this House, cautioned the member that he could not proceed with the statement. When the member persisted in attempting to read the statement, the first Deputy Speaker directed that he desist from doing so. The member, however, refused to comply. He insisted that it was an urgent statement of public concern and he had to read it. As a result, the first Deputy Speaker invoked the powers available to the chair and directed the Marshal to escort the member from the chair. Let me let members know I was observing all what was happening on the screen in my office. And I saw all the body languages of all those who were part and parcel of what took place. And so I can testify that at that moment, several members from the majority side were seen forming a physical barrier around the Honorable Member for Efiduase Asukore, thereby obstructing the enforcement of the Speaker's directive, including a lady, honorable lady. This was followed by scenes of heated confrontation, including the hurling of unprintable and offensive language toward the chair as the First Deputy Speaker exited the chamber after the House had adjourned. In fact, when I saw the Honorable Lady, I sympathized with her because, you know, anytime the Honorable Ladies are getting close to the Speaker, there is always an allegation that that's the Speaker's girlfriend. We don't have girls in this house. I even prefer you say Speaker's woman friend, not girlfriends. How many girlfriends can Speaker take at this age? The Speaker is very grateful to the Almighty God for the blessings. If not at this age, I have been among the category you know by your general terms, look no do. But, honorable members, the honorable members, you are finding it difficult to understand look no do. Please, the Speaker has no girlfriend in this house. The Speaker has no woman friend in this house. You are all honorable members, and you have everything available to assess the Speaker. No discrimination at all, whether male or female. Honorable members, allow me to clarify the process for admitting statements in accordance with the standing orders and the established practice of the House. I know many of you are conversant with the rules, but we have a public to go with, and this will assist many to understand what takes place in the House. I listened to the debate on this matter, and many people were misled. And so just allow me to go through some of the rules for the edification of the general public. Orders 91 to 95 of the Standing Orders of Parliament generally address statements and ceremonial speeches made on the floor of Parliament. Orders 93, 94, and 95 regulate the making of a statement by a member of Parliament on the floor of the House. And Order 93 provides, 1, by the indulgence of the House and the leave of the Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance at the time appointed for statements under Order 67. 2, the proposed statement shall be admitted by the Speaker with or without modification. 3, the text of the statement as admitted shall be read when the member is called upon to make the statement. 4, a statement other than a personal statement may be commented upon by other members for a limited duration of time not exceeding 1 hour. 5, a member may comment on the statement for a period not exceeding 5 minutes, and the comment shall not provoke debate. 6, where a member makes the statement, the speaker, considering the comment on the statement made directly, may direct a committee to investigate and inquire into the matter, and where necessary, proposed legislation. And 7, the speaker shall cause to be transmitted to the clerk statements admitted to be made on a particular day to be advertised on the order paper for the purpose of notice to members. And 8, the clerk shall make available to members copies of admitted statements. Honorable members, this is the procedure. We have not been following it. We have to follow it to the letter to forestall some of these occurrences. Order 94 provides for time for statements. And it says the time for statements shall ordinarily not exceed 1 hour, except that the speaker may permit statement and comment outside the prescribed period in exceptional cases. In fact, in other jurisdictions, they are timed, and each member is given 2 minutes to make the statement. And so when you are reading the statement and it comes to 2 minutes, you are timed off, and you just submit the rest of the statement to the clerk. But here we indulge members sometimes to even use 10 minutes to read their statements. In Order 95, the order says a member whose statement has been admitted may withdraw the statement by leave of the speaker. In line with this, it is the accepted parliamentary practice that such statements are shopped through the leadership of both caucuses, reviewed by the speaker ahead of the statement. That is why we say pass your statements through your leaders, who, after going through it, will recommend to the speaker. And there's good reason for that, because the information available to leaders are not available to all members. The speaker reviews it because the speaker is going to preside, and the speaker is to ensure that your comments and the statement itself is in accord with the law and the rules of the House. Then the statement is listed on the notice of the order paper under statements. Copies of the admitted statement are circulated to all members through the clerk. We need members to have advance notice in order to make meaningful comments. These are the new rules that we adopted as a House. This process exists to ensure order, prevent ambushes on the floor, and give members prior notice of matters to be raised in the House. In this instance, no prior notice was given. No text was submitted prior to the sitting. But from the information leaders gave me, they had discussed this matter. But the statement got to the First Deputy Speaker whilst he was seated at his seat in the chamber. And whilst he was trying to read it, I called upon him to take over the chair. So he did not actually go through it, and he did not admit it. So the statement was not admitted. Accordingly, no such statement could lawfully be made on the floor. Honorable members, I don't need to talk to you about the powers of the Speaker. They are clearly stated in the law. If you read the Parliament Act 1965 and the standing orders of the House, they are actually colossal. And if fully applied, could be of serious danger to the career progression of members of Parliament. But I'll just say this, that Shakespeare taught all of us that even a dog is obeyed in office. When we sit here, we are not saints. We are not infallible. But there's good reason why we are called right honorable. And you are called only honorable. The Speaker, however the situation, is always right on the floor. When he's wrong, the law has given you the opportunity as to how to come back to the same floor to prove that he was wrong. So please, I repeat, even a dog is obeyed in office. I want honorable members to take this in good faith. I know in the light of these events and in defense of the institutional integrity of Parliament, I refer to the conduct of the honorable member for Effiduase Asekore. This is not a matter to be referred to any committee. It's a matter that I've discussed with leadership and we've agreed that it should be resolved. And we will resolve it here openly for all of us to be guided so that in future we don't fall foul to these rules. I have reviewed the records. I have listened to the leaders, and I think in the interest of all of us, particularly our rules, the order of the House, discipline, and mutual respect, I want to call on all of us to do what is proper. We should not unilaterally override our rules, undermine authority, or obstruct the due process. They endanger not only the legitimacy of our work, but they also undermine the authority, the relevance, and value of Parliament. And more importantly, the very survival of our democracy. I want all members, including myself, to recommit ourselves to the values of dialogue, accountability, and the rule of law. Please, I want to end here. Thank you for your patience and your understanding, and give opportunity to the leaders of the House to make some comments. I thank you for your attention. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the steps you've taken to guide all of us to solve this problem. We've already assured you at conclave that you will have our cooperation in ensuring that there is order to guide our proceedings and to help uphold the integrity of this House. Mr. Speaker, moving to resolve problems of this House is a continuous process. And without belaboring the point, I reiterate to you my assurances at conclave that we will assist the chair, particularly now that you are so overwhelmed with some other administrative duties and other commitments, that your two deputies would be with us most of the time. We believe that we will extend that courtesy to them. They are the first among their equals, our primus. Though they are members of this house, their position is guaranteed by the Constitution. So we agree that we need to accord them that courtesy. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by reiterating your call on us to have patience. I would add tolerance. We are here as a family, and I recall Right Honorable Doa Jaho when in 2013 we had the orientation at Gimpa. He shared with us his own experience as an MP with fire in his belly when they saw the Honorable J.H. Mensah, the minority leader of the MPP side at the time, that he was quite combatant, only to realize that after sitting, he and the Speaker, the Right Honorable D.F. Annan, were in the office enjoying some good whiskey. And he told them that you young men, you think we are here to fight. We are not fighting. We discuss ideas. And it changed his perception about his attitude towards colleagues opposite him in the chamber. The Speaker, for me, I believe that we don't just come here as parliamentarians, but we come here to build friendship and relationship. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is that friendship and relationship that earn you that your enviable position. We may not be happy that you assume the chair in the 8th Parliament, but it's because of relationship that perhaps got some people to believe that, oh, that is our friend, let's entrust in him the powers of speakership. So I want to encourage colleagues that no matter what, the Speaker has called upon us to have patience. I am adding tolerance to it. We may disagree, but that is the beauty of politics. We cannot always agree. Let's disagree, but be measured in the language we use even where we disagree. Mr. Speaker, we cannot all be perfect. We are never perfect. We make mistakes. I make mistakes. But we should be committed to the national interest and know that today we may be to your left, tomorrow we may be to your right. Fortunately, the two political parties Mr. Speaker, my respected senior Muntaka Mubarak has not spoken into the mic, but he's saying that at least Mincha 5 years Ansah Makasa. Mr. Speaker, you have only 3.5 years left. Mr. Speaker, so fortunately, the two political parties that have taken the stage in this fourth Republican Constitution have all tasted power and have tasted opposition. So I think we must better understand this whole concept of patience and tolerance. So, Mr. Speaker, I would end here by thanking you by thanking you and assuring you that the needful as you have enjoined us to pursue. Oh, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
The needful as you've enjoined us to pursue shall be pursued. I want to thank you once again for the fatherly approach you've adopted in dealing with this matter. Thank you so much.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think your statement is explanatory enough of the issues of yesterday and the rules that should govern proceedings in this House. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, I have no intention of belaboring the point. I think all I can say is that we should all take time to study the rules. We should all take our time to study the rules. My brother, Honorable Muntaka, is here. My brother, Eric Opoku, is here. Haruna just left. Even after 20 years in this chamber, every single morning or afternoon I enter the chamber, I still take the rules to check before I make any move. Even when my backbench or my colleagues are trying to do something, I know I will have to defend them. So I'm quickly glancing through the rules. Sometimes when you see me looking at my phone, I have made an electronic copy of it, and so I'm busy looking at it to make sure that if somebody is faltering, I can check them and draw their attention that, no, that's not what the rules say. I think the problem is that we are not investing in the rules. If we invest in the rules, many of the issues that we are confronted with in this chamber will not arise. It will not arise. People will know when and how and under what circumstances a statement should be made, no matter how urgent. So my only plea is that let's invest in the rules. It is not about how loud you can shout. It's not about the size of your muscles. It is not. It's not how big your chest can be. It is not. Somebody says I should add breast, but I won't add breast. It is basically what the rules say that you can do or not do in this chamber. And when people are trying to insist on the rules, please let it not be presented as if there is an attack on one side of the House. It's just the rules. It's simply the rules. The rules may make provision for us to make concessions, but those concessions must be willingly made. They cannot be coerced. They cannot be forced on anybody. It has to be negotiated and willingly made. If the evidence is that there is no willingness to make those concessions, we must continue as dictated by the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, you have a long business today, and so I will not repeat any of the things that you have already said. I believe in this chamber, you remain a fountain of wisdom, sagacity, and knowledge of the rules. And we'll continue to learn from you and to be guided by you. And I thank you very much for giving us this ruling without penalizing any member of this House. Your magnanimity is appreciated. Clearly, there were very serious and egregious breaches of the rules.
Honorable Majority Leader, clearly it's not the understanding of the House that you proceed along that journey. So you just conclude. Please don't chip away my powers. I have to decide whether he should withdraw or he should leave it at that, not any of you. So please desist from going in that direction and then conclude.
Mr. Speaker, you yourself said you will not punish. You clearly said that you will not punish. And that is what I'm commending you and thanking you for. To say you will not punish is to admit that there was a punishable conduct. So I'm just commending you.
Majority
I'm
Leader.
just commending you for not punishing.
Majority
I'm just thanking
Leader.
you, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
I'm just thanking you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, please. I know you very well. Sometimes, you see, do I say it?
So Mr. Speaker, I'm
Do I
just
say
thanking
it?
you. I'm just thanking you.
Do I say it?
I'm just appreciating you, Mr. Speaker. My Nigerian friends say, I'm just appreciating you, Mr. Speaker. You are highly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please know that this House, the Parliament of Ghana, is globally ranked very high, and people respect us. And it has shown in all the conferences you've attended that any time a member of Parliament stands for a position from Ghana, the member is elected and given the position. Have you realized that? Yes. They don't even contest you. Once we say you are from Ghana and you are contesting a position, it's given to you. And many of you seated here are holding those positions. So please, in your own interest, even if you are not talking about the country, your own interest, we have to conform. I sit here as the chair of all the speakers in Africa. And that is why you see me, as somebody said, changing plane in mid-air. I don't know how that happens, but I have to run around the parliaments in Africa, whether north, south, east, west, central, they call on me. And you know I'm the immediate president of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, 182 parliaments. And so we've been well branded and marketed. And that inures to your benefit and to the benefit of the country. So take these matters seriously. I'm getting to the end. You are just starting. That will be a better career for you than me. So please, allow the old man to mentor you properly. We have in our midst some distinguished visitors from our schools. You know, they are leaders of today and tomorrow. We have students from the Jachi Pramso Senior High School. They spelled it with J-A. That's why I said Jachi. And it's at the Bosunchui constituency. And they are led by the head of the department in the person of Collins Opoku Buahin. There are 88 in number. 88. They are to my right. And on your behalf, I want to welcome them and to encourage them to keep on coming. We want to catch you young, let you perform better than we are doing today. So you are most welcome, and please take time to learn and observe what is happening here. You may resume your seats. We also have students from the La Kwatanang Madina constituency coming from the school called Gladys Otima Memorial School. They are led by the civic educator in the person of Hannah 9. They are 16 in number, and they are to the left of the speaker. You are also warmly welcome, and please make good use of your presence here. We thank you for coming. Please resume your seats. And we also have the third group coming from Yilo Krobo constituency, from the Doorbell International. They are led here by the administrator in the person of Leroy Obing Yirenchi. They are to the left of the speaker. You are also welcome. And please make the best of your time here. You see, your MPs, they are not fighting, they only debate. We expect you to be more decorous and decent than us. Please, you may resume your seats. Honorable members, I did this because they will be taking round and showed some places and giving some lectures. Now we can go to correction of votes and proceedings, and we do that snappy before we move on to the urgent questions. We have a number of ministers available to do so. We start with the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 10th June 2024. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 6, yes. Sorry, your mic is not on. Please.
Okay. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your guidance on this matter? Item number 5 on page 6. It spills over to page 7. Names of members who are listed as absent without permission, even though I can identify as many as 13 out of that list whose leave of absence with permission has come to me. I've recommended for approval and remitted same to your office for approval. So I am wondering how that can be rectified. Yes, he will do that. No.
Yes, honorable members. Anyway, let me listen to the Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Chief Whip should know the rules. You just guided us on how statements are to be admitted. The same thing applies to members on leave of absence. Mere transmission does not mean approval. Until there is an approval from the Speaker, the member cannot be captured as absent with permission. And for that matter, you should know how to do the application.
Mr. Speaker, he didn't listen to me at all. I rose to seek your guidance because some of the names that have been captured as absent without permission, the members applied for just 3 days. And so when they submit it to me, I recommend for approval, and then I quickly forward to your secretariat. I see that some have been caught by a fruition of time. That's why I'm seeking your guidance that eventually when the approval comes or otherwise, how would it be rectified? You just don't get up and say, I should know the rule. Please, 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 please don't do that. Don't do that. So, Speaker, that's why I'm seeking your guidance because these are, the application of the rules are also fused with administrative exigencies and it keeps happening. So I am only seeking your guidance on the matter. Be patient.
Honorable members, the order paper, the votes and proceedings are both prepared from records. And so if the records hadn't reached the office of the clerk, they will be captured as being absent without permission. If later on the approval is given and submitted to the office, the necessary corrections will be done. So please, let's take it as these are the reasons why these are drafts meant for correction. And so when this happens, kindly draw our attention to it. Sometimes, even though recommended, we disapprove. There are a number of times we have disapproved some of the recommendations. So it's advisable for members to always get the approval before you absent yourself. In any case, no damage is caused when you absent yourself without permission for just a few days. That is permitted because of the nature of our work. The rule only says for more than 15 days. And that one definitely is within a meeting. It's not like the old rules that dealt with a session. That is a whole year. But this one, a meeting of about 3 months. The rule too doesn't say it must be continuous. No, it doesn't say so. So when you accumulate absence for more than 15 days within a meeting, we can add all and say you have vacated your seat. This one, when you disagree with me, the courts are there for you to go and try your luck. So we move on. That is the guidance I can give. Page 7. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, on page 7, item 6, recognition of schools stroke visitors. Because the top items capture only schools, I'll be grateful if we delete the visitors and leave out only recognition of schools to conform with what we've been doing currently. I'm seeing that on item 6, we have recognition of schools stroke visitors, but we have here listed only schools. So if you could delete the visitors and leave only recognition of schools. Thank you.
Well, honorable member, you are right, but that's the heading on the document that is submitted to the office. Is there recognition of schools, visitors? But since we add only schools, you don't need to add the visitors. Page 8. Yes, page 8. Yes.
Speaker, item number 7, paragraph 5. Speaker, I recall vividly that in giving the direction, you indicated that the forms be submitted within 14 days. That's the application for the grant or otherwise of a member seeking to hold office of profit should be submitted to the committee within 14 days for their consideration and report. The application is not simply to be submitted to the committee. The committee is to consider it and report for final approval, if that can be indicated.
Yes, it must be properly captured. It's the forms that should be processed through the committee or submitted to the committee within 14 days, not the regularization of that. Yes. So that is what I talked about, because I don't know the advice that will come from the committee, and so I can't anticipate that, but I know they will always advise me as to whether to approve or not to approve, and I'm not bound anyway by the advice. I'm guided by it. Please properly give the rendition as conveyed by the statement. Page 9. Yes, please.
Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful to you. The page under review, item 9, caption questions. Question number 48, the very last line. The members seeks to inquire from the name under, that's Dr. John Pandit Esiama, but I think he was trying to refer to the governor of the Bank of Ghana. His real name, Johnson, but over here is John. It's Johnson, so if the record could capture him appropriately. The real name is Johnson Pandit Esiama. Thank you.
Yes, the honorable member is right. Please, page 10, page 11. Also, in the spelling of Asiama, there is no H at the end. So, table office, do the proper thing. Page 12. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, on page 12, and I also add page 11 to it. Looking at the commencement of the meeting, the subsidiary legislation committee meeting, it started at 11:13 a.m. That is under opening. But when you go to closing, it ended at 10:10 a.m. So it appears the meeting ended before it started. So if we can do the reconciliation and find out the right time the meeting ended. Thank you.
This is the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. Please kindly guide the table office to do the right thing. Page 12, page 13, page 14, page 14.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Page 14, IV, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. the name Mr. Richmond Roxon, Esquire. Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that since there is Mr. the Esquire should not be at the tail end. So it should be Mr. Richmond Roxon or Richmond Roxon Esquire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, table office kindly take note, cross-check and do the right thing. Page 15, page 16, page 17. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 10th June 2025, as captured, are taken and adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have a copy of the official report of the parliamentary debates of Friday, 30th May 2025. Any corrections? Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, at column 23, number 69, the names under the constituency, I, Abofor. It is not Abafor, it is Abofor. It's ABO, FOUR. Then you come to III, the same correction has to be effected there, Abofor. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, we go to column 31, the first paragraph. Sadness to the power 4 and our back, sadness to the power 3. Majority leader should something. There's the omission of the verb do. So majority leader should do something. Then you come to the next sentence. The mood of the House is not too good. Members are happy. And I'm wondering how a mood that is not good, members can still be happy. So I'm thinking that there's an omission. Members are not happy. Otherwise, these two sentences wouldn't make sense. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, there's a need to insert not happy, not, following from a logical sequence. In the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Friday, 10th May 2025 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now, honorable members, will move to questions. And we have urgent questions. The first one, which is 6A, stands in the name of Osahene Alexander Kwabena Afenyo-Markin, the Member of Parliament representing Efutu, and this is directed at the Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment. Honorable Member, I'll call the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, Honorable Osahin, you may ask your question now.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Labour, Jobs and Employment the total number of Ghanaian youth affected by the Chief of Staff in a letter dated 10 February 2025 with reference SCR/DA/85/01/A. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following the directive issued by the Chief of Staff on behalf of government, an intersectoral committee has been established to investigate, verify, and validate the authenticity or otherwise of appointments in the public sector, which were carried out after 7th December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate that the committee's work is ongoing, and I will update this August House on the number of Ghanaian youth affected by the termination of appointments when the validation process is complete. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader, supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, the minister appears to have satisfied his people, so they are cheering him on. Mr. Speaker, they are cheering him on because
majority.
Because, Mr. Speaker, he says that there is an ongoing...
Honorable Minority Leader, please.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, clearly what he's saying offends the rules. You've asked a question. It has been brilliantly answered. All you need to do is to ask follow-up questions. The reaction of the House should not be a subject matter for your commentary. Just ask your follow-up questions.
Well. Honorable Minority Leader, supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, I take it from where the majority leader said that the many Ghanaians whose employments have been terminated, for which the minister says they are yet to know the number, he considered it as a brilliant answer when many Ghanaian citizens have been sent home. That is very rich, but let's proceed. Honorable Minister, have you become aware that following the directive, state agencies have issued termination letters to people who were already in their employ?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have stated that when the directive was given, the Chief of Staff has set up a committee on behalf of government. Some investigations are being done. We'll first of all want to verify to know the truth of it, how many numbers, and what government can do about it. So it's not like we already have the answers to give right now.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
The Honorable Minister standing at the dispatch box is telling us that the Chief of Staff's letter called for investigation, and that when the investigation is done, they will be able to validate the authenticity or otherwise of such appointment. Mr. Speaker, is he aware that even before the investigation could be completed, citizens who were in the employ of state institutions that are commercial in nature, as well as public service institutions.
Who is far away from the majority leader? Honorable Asahini, when you were sitting there, were you not guided? Have you finished with the questioning?
Very well. Mr. Speaker, maybe I'll rephrase it. The minister standing in the dispatch box is telling us that there is a committee to investigate and to validate the authenticity or otherwise of those who are already in the employ of one, state institutions that are commercial in nature, public service institutions, and those in the civil service. Now, has he become aware that, as in his own words, the committee is yet to finish its work? Yet, Ghanaians who were in the employ of the institutions mentioned supra have had their appointment terminated even before the committee could complete its work. Have you become aware?
Yes, Honorable
You are
Minister.
on oath as a minister. Have you become aware?
Mr. Speaker, we are speaking in Parliament, and I'm very aware that you must speak under oath. So I can speak under oath when there is credible evidence for me to come here and say, yes, there has been such a situation. But, Mr. Speaker, what he has said reminds me of one of the issues that we are going to tackle to make sure we put a stop to this cyclical dismissal of people which started in 2008 and continued, was terminated, stopped by Professor Mills, continued again by Nanado, and then it is taking a cyclical position. So, Mr. Speaker, with the report that will come, I'm going to be one of the people who will say governments will come, but employees must stay in office. Mr. Speaker, so we are just hoping that eventually when the results come, we'll come here to discuss it. I'll call on the House so we can take a position about it.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the former deputy leader of this House, and now the minister responsible for labor, employment, and jobs, is telling the people's representatives that he is unaware of any dismissal as a sequel to the letter from the Chief of Staff. The nation has heard him. Now, have you become aware of any petition to your office as a result of actions taken against any employee of the state as a result of the Chief of Staff's letter?
Minister, any petition?
Mr. Speaker, let me just correct an impression he's giving out that I said I'm not aware. I have not. I said that I'll speak under oath, I'll speak with evidence, and I'll speak when the evidence comes, and I'll present it to this House. I never said yes or no to your question, but I'm not aware, as you have said now.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the rules are very clear on how we should conduct ourselves. I, as a questioner, am guided by the rules. I believe that in the same spirit, my respected senior, who played a role in building me in this chamber, also has a duty. I ask a direct question. Whether or not you have become aware of any dismissal as a sequel to that letter from the Chief of Staff. And your answer was, you've not become aware. No, I just want clarity. Please, colleagues, Mr. Speaker, just for record, let me repeat it so that you bring clarity to your answer. Honorable Minister, the Chief Whip does not like being heckled. The majority Chief Whip does not like being heckled. Would he be tolerant? Honorable Minister, just for clarity, have you become aware that as a result of the letter from the Chief of Staff, you are a public officer, a Minister of State, have you become aware that as a result of the letter from the Chief of Staff, Ghanaians who were in the employ of one, state institutions that the state has stake in them as for commercial purposes, 2, public service institutions, 3, the mainstream civil service. Have you become aware?
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, what was his original question? His original question, Mr. Speaker, is to ask the Minister for Labour, Jobs and Employment the total number of Ghanaian youth affected. His interest was the total number of Ghanaian youth affected. The Minister said he has instituted an investigation which will provide that information. And if that information is presented to him in a report, he will present to this House. So why are you now asking whether he's aware that somebody has been dismissed or not? Minister says that what you have asked about, I have instituted an investigation. I'm expecting a report. On the basis of that report, I will respond.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Leader. Mr. Speaker, bear with me a second. Mr. Speaker, just this afternoon, we were all encouraged to follow the rules. The Leader of the House just told us that he has even an electronic copy of the rules book. Mr. Speaker, when a question is asked, as a supplementary question, its admissibility is entirely in your hands.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is not, yes, Mr. Speaker, it is never in our rules. No,
Leader,
Mr. Speaker, it is not for, Mr. Speaker, what the Majority Leader is doing. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader is leading us. Majority Leader is leading us and he should lead us.
Leader.
No, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I would always be guided by precedents. If the new precedence is that a member can rise on a point of order to a question for Mr. Speaker to rule on, let the record reflect.
Leader, I think he's just drawing the entire House attention
doesn't have that right.
To the fact that
to decide.
We brought the minister here to answer specific questions. And the supplementary question should always flow from. So probably he's drawing our attention. So honorable Leader, I'll ask you to ask the supplementary question, but it must flow directly from the answer he has given. Because if it's going to be something else, then probably we have to ask the minister to go back and prepare and come back. Because this is a house of records. You don't force him to probably give an answer that will turn out to be false. So you have the floor as supplementary question, but it must flow from the answer he has given.
Mr. Speaker, I want you to set the record straight on this matter. And I'm happy Honorable Muntaka is in this chamber. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are senior members who have been insisting on the rules. I want you to bring a finality to this matter, which is, can a member rise on a point of order regarding a supplementary question with the aim of claiming that he is drawing the speaker's attention, or it is the speaker's sole right and discretion to admit a supplementary question or otherwise. Mr. Speaker, if you so rule that any member can rise to raise an objection, let the record reflect and I'll be guided. Because when people are talking about rules and the rules are being breached and the same people are sitting in this chamber, they won't talk. They won't talk. There are Sawasi MPs in this chamber and the majority leader is breaching the rule. He won't talk. He won't talk.
Leader, are you addressing me or addressing?
Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that if a certain precedent is being set, I'm not worried. Because one day I will have the chance to use the same precedent.
Yes. So
he should allow you to do your work. He shouldn't chip away your powers.
Well.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed with the question. Honorable Minister, you have just told this House that you have set up a committee to investigate and validate the authenticity or otherwise of some of these appointment letters. I want to find out from you, in view of the investigation that you are doing, have you become aware of any petition in your office regarding such mass dismissals?
Minister, are you aware of any petition?
Mr. Speaker, this question is a very straightaway question, and we'll get a straightaway answer. If there were no such complaints, requests, there wouldn't have been a committee.
Well.
Those things have come. We are set up a committee and we're working on them. Why are you asking whether I'm aware? They are there. My man, my minority leader. We have been together for a long time, so just give it up. So I can.
Minister, just answer
else.
the questions. Don't say yes.
Honorable Minister, in the question, I referred you to the dates of the letter, 10th of February 2025. Fortunately, you have been honest with this House by saying that you become aware that as a sequel to that, we've had some mass dismissals. That is why you are investigating. Now, in view of the unemployment situation we have, would you, in the interim, direct, that is pending the investigation, let me bring clarity, instead of these innocent Ghanaians sitting at home without any job, would you direct that they get back their jobs pending the validation of their appointment letters? Because, Mr. Speaker, from what you are saying, you are not done yet. However, certain actions have been taken that have rendered them unemployed. Teachers, nurses, and we need teachers in rural communities. We need nurses in rural health facilities, cheap compounds, etc. Would you, in the interim, suggest or direct that they are giving back their job pending the final outcome of the investigation?
Honorable Muntaka, you hold on. Minister, just respond to the question.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I don't have the capacity. Secondly, if I had the capacity, I don't have the basis. The basis must be clear from statistical evidence that would have come out from the investigations. Thank you.
Honorable Leader, I'll give you the last slot. You are a leader, that's why I have tolerated. This is the sixth question, supplementary question. So I will.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, don't give. There are daggers out. Don't arm them to.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've not asked. We withdrew
respectfully,
one.
I'm.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Very well. Very well.
Oh, you want
Mr. Speaker, no, don't encourage it. Mr. Speaker, don't encourage it. Don't encourage it. Mr. Speaker, don't encourage it. We have to finish this.
Honorable Montaka, just allow him to ask the last question, please. I beg of you.
He hasn't called you. So you said we should go by the rules. He hasn't called you. Don't put on your mic. He hasn't called you.
Honorable Leader, just ask the question, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has told this House that until the investigations are over, he wouldn't know the total number of innocent Ghanaians who have been affected by this mass dismissal. He has on record also confirmed that indeed he's become aware of the dismissals. That is why he has set up the committee. What I want the minister to clarify on is whether he will, in view of the state of unemployment in the country, and in view of the fact that we need essential services to be rendered in our rural communities, teachers are needed, nurses are needed, would he recommend that pending the final outcome of the investigation, those who are currently suffering and are at home, they themselves, their dependents, their community will be restored
Last question.
in the interim? Would you recommend?
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of issues like that. I don't want to go there. Starting from the last 10 years, 8 years, and they have come forward to say that they had been dismissed for a very long time. They and their parents and their wives and their children suffered for 8 years. And today, Mr. Speaker, no, it's not politics. They suffered for 8 years. Now, if somebody, you are asking whether somebody who has been dismissed for 2 months, excuse me to say, has been dismissed for 2 months, whether it will be taken care of, I will expect that let's do a comprehensive stretch of the matter and help all those people. I'm very open to that. You know, the 2 months who have been left, plus the 8 years who have been left, let's put all together, and I'm willing to go the extra length to support so that we can take care of all of them. Mr. Speaker, it is something we will work together to solve, not just this one alone.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I'm done. I want to thank the minister for making an attempt. Mr. Speaker, let me thank him for making an attempt. But the jury is out there. The jury is out there.
Mr. Speaker, when did we have in our standing orders provisions for thanking the minister? When did we incorporate in the standing orders provisions for thanking ministers?
Yes, Chairman for the Economy Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the minister, is he aware that before such mass employment can be given to Ghanaians, it should be backed by financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance? I'm asking him, when you enter the office, have you come across this financial clearance? Have you come?
hear him?
Mr.
Okay.
Speaker, I have not finished. I'm asking him, when he entered the ministry, has he come across this financial clearance with respect to this mass, employment? Thank you.
Well. Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker, I haven't come across that. Financial clearance depends on the health of the economy. And we are told that the economy is not healthy now. So essentially, when it is done, I'm very sure they will give financial clearance.
Well. Yes. Honorable Mustafa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister when the investigation will be done for him to report to the House. When will the investigation that he has instituted will be completed for him to be able to report to the House? Thank you.
Well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to monitor to find out when it will be done. And I don't know the time. It's ongoing. Thank you.
Well. Yes. Honorable Reverend Ntimfojo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the minister in reference to teachers. Is he aware that on 10th of May 2024, in a letter signed by the Minister for Finance, the clearance given for 18,000 teachers to be recruited? 2024.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if there was any such clearance, I'm not aware. But if there was, it would have expired by now. It would have expired by now, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, Honorable Emmanuel Bejura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister whether the purported dismissal were those who are on contract, probationers, or people who have finished working and are going on retirement.
Minister, did you get this question? Please, can you repeat the question?
Mr. Minister, I want to find out whether the purported dismissal, whether there are people who were on contract, those who have reached their retirement age time, and then whether they were probationers who are within the 6 months and were asked to go home.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate that we are investigating it all and it will reveal. I mean, the reason is that this question is not specific to say the number. I said I don't know the number, yet we are investigating it. Then you are asking a similar question, which is very similar to that one. So, Mr. Speaker, when the results come out, you will get to know.
Well. 1, 2, 3. Yes, Honorable Member for Manchester South.
Honorable Minister, was there a prior impact analysis on the lives and families of those that were affected by the termination? Was there a prior impact analysis on the lives of those that were affected and their families before the termination was effected? Can you tell the House?
Honorable Member for Manchester, may I kindly ask you to file a first question? So that, yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister if the minister is aware that there is an ongoing recruitment to fill the vacant positions that have been terminated by.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Or I should ask him to repeat the question. Honorable Member, may you repeat the question?
The Speaker, I am asking the minister if he is aware that there are ongoing recruitment to fill the vacant positions that have been terminated as a result of the dismissal.
Honorable Minister. Honorable member, please, let's listen to him. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that some recruitments are happening. Whether they are to replace those that were dismissed earlier or not, I cannot say.
Well. Honorable, hold on. Honorable Tailabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, have you had complaints from people who were dismissed 2017 to 2024? And if you have, can you give us an idea of how many people were dismissed?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Wait a minute.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
the question is specific.
Mr. Speaker, let me amend my question. From the answers given by the minister, he indicated that there are petitions of people who were dismissed after 2016. I just want to know can you give us an idea of how many people have petitioned your office?
Honorable Minister. Honorable members, please allow me to handle the House, please. Honorable Deputy Minister, please. The minister did not come here to answer those members who have been probably released. Please ask a fresh question.
No, Mr. Speaker, please. In his answer, it's a follow-up to whatever answer the minister has given.
Yes.
The minister indicated to all of us here that some people were dismissed and that...
Obviously, the minister cannot just give the figures.
Until
minister, can you give the figures?
He wouldn't know, so to tell us the numbers.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I won't be able to give you the number of people who were dismissed from 2017 to 2024, but there are complaints, and I can confirm that huge numbers of people have come to say that they too should be restored, and I can provide the evidence at a later time.
Well. Lastly, Honorable Jerry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister just admitted that he is aware of some recruitments that are being done. Is he in the position to give us details of the respective institutions that are carrying out such recruitments? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can't get that for him.
Well. Leader,